Okay, wait. I think... Stop. Wait. We're off to a good start already. We are. Don't worry. This is on par for course. This is fine. Everything is okay. Uh, uh, early game's over. No, shush. I swear to God, if BlueStacks actually stops... Okay, I need to turn the sound off. If BlueStacks actually just stops working on me right now, I'm actually gonna be livid. I cannot believe this is happening to me right now. No. Okay, well, BlueStacks... Okay, let's arrange this. Arrange... It'd be tragic but hilarious. It would be. But also really tragic. Mostly really tragic, really. Mostly really tragic. And please capture the right program. There we go. And there we go. Alright. And is this one capturing the right thing? It is now. Okay. Let's switch the scene in 1 second. Once everything is up and running properly. I don't know. Why is it like this? Okay. It's a scuff, but I'm getting everything ready and... Yeah, because my OBS settings didn't save, so for the most part it's there. Alright. So, let me transition... And that's the wrong one. That is the wrong one. This should be... New player experience tutorial. Why isn't it showing? Thank you for the... Thank you for the raid, Chakra 99. Thank you. I don't know why this is showing the wrong window, but I'm trying to get this sorted out. Pad new player... There we go. This is more like it. Oh, okay. So yes, hello and welcome for any new and returning players for Puzzle and Dragons. So... Wow, that stressed me out. Okay, so let me just get some water. So, today's goal is basically gonna be me shilling the crap out of Pad and telling you why you should play Puzzle and Dragons if you're even borderline interested in it again. And basically, we're gonna be going over the early game and what I would do as a completely new player. So, what I have set up for today is basically like... I have 2 BlueStacks instances. You can actually run Pad on BlueStacks 5. It does work. There are times where it does not work, but for the most part, it does work. Usually after like an update or something. But yeah, you can basically get, if you're just having doubts, you can actually just get started with playing Pad on BlueStacks. Granted, it will be a little bit more difficult because it's generally easier to play with a finger or a stylus. But it's one way that a lot of people actually manage their alts. So the reason why is because for alts you generally don't need to be a really good player. You basically just use alts for either doing things like hosting your own units for your own best friend pairings. You could even use it for trading like Ps or other materials to your main account, because this game does a lot of free stuff for just logging in. So because of Gongo's generosity with this game, alts are generally pretty low maintenance, and you have that kind of option. But for today's purposes, I'm basically going to be starting a completely new account on BlueStacks, and I'm going to be guiding you through what kind of decisions I would make and what some things that we should be keeping an eye out on. And I'm going to be doing this with basically the help of this giant chart that I made. So this is actually a multi-paged chart, and it has a lot of information, and this is basically going to be the quote-unquote textbook that I'm going to be using for the whole tutorial series. And I'm going to be adding to it as I go along, and the latest version of this file can actually be found by typing in an ! chart. And I'm also going to be posting links to this in my about section on Twitch as well. I would have done that if my PC didn't freaking crash, but I'll do that at the end. And for anyone that's watching this from YouTube, the link to this chart is also going to be in the description below. And the link is basically going to be pointing straight to my Google Drive folder. It's public. And basically, whenever I make a change to it, I'm just gonna be saving it. There is gonna be a change log there where I'm gonna be keeping track of various changes as I make them with timestamp dates, just in case you're wondering if there were any like minute like changes here and there. But for the most part, yeah, this is basically what we're gonna be going with. So the way that this whole tutorial is basically gonna be set up is, first of all, I'm gonna be showing you pad, fellow dragons.net enjoyer. I actually found this out like not too long ago, and I'm actually loving it so far. So I'm very glad that I found this. It's so handy for like visualizing my thought processing and stuff like that. So yeah, so for today we're basically gonna be covering why you should play pad and basically the early game. So everything that leads up to the arenas. Now in terms of content, like actual in-game content, there's not that many things you can clear in terms of dungeons. It's, well, in terms of like dungeon diversity at least, there's a lot of, it's a pretty monotonous grind for the most part, unfortunately. But this monotonous grind is basically one way that you can basically get your puzzle matching practice in, and that's going to be very important because it's basically going to be a very different match 3 experience from what most players are used to. So for anyone that's completely new to Puzzle and Dragons, for better or for worse, Puzzle and Dragons basically has no competitors when it comes to games that basically matches playstyle. And we're basically just extremely lucky that Gung Ho decided not to just be extremely predatory with this. So it's really, really nice and fun. It's probably the most fun match 3 experience that I've had in like ever, which is why I'm still playing it after like 10 years. And thank you for the resub as well, Chakra. So yeah, and after, I don't exactly know how long we're gonna be stuck in the early game level, but I'm hoping to basically get these first 2 parts, why you should play pad and the early game, out in the first 2 weeks. And the week after that is basically gonna be us trying to tackle arenas with whatever units we have in our box. Now, the reason why I have this split up into very different sections is because although a lot of the concepts stay very similar, the depth of knowledge that you need to tackle some of these dungeons changes as you progress through these stages of the game. Like when it comes to the early game, you basically need to know how to interpret the ways that your active skills and your leader skills works. In mid game, you're gonna want to start to understand the interactions between your team and whatever the dungeons start to throw at you. And then in the late game is when you're basically gonna be wanting to min-max the nitty-gritty stuff, and you're gonna really want to understand the intricacies between how damage works, how to build your team around some certain things, how to manage cooldowns, and all that kind of really detailed and slightly more complex stuff. But there are ways around it by basically just copying over teams from other resources, which I will be going over as well. I am planning for this guide to be something more evergreen, so one major focus of this whole experience is basically going to be me teaching you how to use the resources that we have on hand, because there is actually a lot. This game is basically international, so while there are multiple versions, like there's a Japanese version, and we're currently playing on the North American version. There's also like a Korean version as well. A lot of the mechanics and core stuff like that are basically starting off in the Japanese server, and then they basically just end up getting ported over to the other regions after a couple month delay. So it's basic in terms of gameplay, they all basically play the same. And so because Japan already has like a 2 or 3 month head start on most of the content that we're going to be facing, there's a ton of guides that pop up from over there, and if you just know how to use things like Google Translate, or even know what websites to basically keep an eye out for template builds and stuff like that, you'll find that playing this game is going to become a lot easier. So that's going to be one topic that I'm going to be covering later, but for now, let's just begin with why you should play pad. So, why you should play pad? Honestly, it's super accommodating for all levels of in-app purchases. This might be a little bit harder to read, so I'm just gonna zoom in on this. And let me just zoom in myself as well. Yeah. So Pad is basically super accommodating to all levels of IAP because Pad is generally pretty generous with how much stuff that they give you. like there's almost always like a free daily stone that you can use. You can watch ads to replace some of stone's functionalities, like refreshing your stamina bar twice a day, and extending your monster box. Pad also has like various events. Like Pad loves events. So whenever there's like an event, there's usually like things that you can trade for, free monsters, equips, and stuff like that. And because you tend to get like a decent amount of daily stones, also because of like things like for major events like Pad anniversaries and stuff like that, they will sometimes just drop like 100 stones on you for you to do whatever you want with. And these 100 stones are basically are and there's no difference between like free and paid stones in this game, so they're basically giving you like $65 worth of stone, 65 like US dollars worth of stones. Actually no, it's no, 65 Canadian dollars worth of stones like once a month ish. Granted, this isn't every month, but whenever Japan gets like major stone dumps like that, we basically know roughly when we're gonna be getting them. But yeah, they do eventually. All these like free stones and stuff like that do make its way over to us eventually, and yeah, we get a lot of free stuff, including like free because you basically get like a dungeon for every like dungeon. You get a free magic stone for every dungeon that you clear. And there's basically almost always at least one dungeon that you can clear every day for like a free stone and a couple of materials. And there's also other non progress gated ways of getting materials too, like a player multiplayer. That also gives you like a bunch of gold, which is usually inaccessible for most players until they get to like mid late game. But yeah, there's basically like a free stipend of like gold, like a handful of rolls sometimes as well, some jewels. Like there's a lot of stuff that Pad gives you for just playing, and it's very, very friendly for casual players as well. So if you're just the type of player to basically just log in, collect your free stones, and like basically just bank your stones just in case like one of your favorite collabs are basically going to be coming up. Like for example, right now we basically are in the middle of the Sanrio collab, so Hello Kitty and that franchise. If you want to roll for your favorite characters, then by all means, just bank up your stones and just roll for whatever units you want. Um, there's a lot of freedom in what you can do in this game. And so monsters also get upgraded to modern standards, meaning many of your units are evergreen. So like we differentiate monsters by calling them like Godfest exclusives and pantheons. Pantheons are like the more common quote unquote like fodder units, though even though they have a lot of uses themselves. And the Godfest exclusives are basically like the featured units that are get buffs and evolutions more frequently, and are commonly used in modern meta teams and such. Now these units generally get updated every once in a while into relevancy again, and not only that, these Godfest exclusives are also used as currencies for trading for featured units in these limited realms. And because Puzzle and Dragons doesn't actually have like a hard pity system, like you are not guaranteed like a 7-star trade token for rolling like 300 times or something like that. It can be a little bit daunting rolling for specific units at lower rarities where you don't have the trade option, but in many cases you sometimes you don't even need to roll in the gacha at all because you already have like banked up Godfest exclusives that you like you have a lot of dupes of that you can basically just use to trade for the units that you want. So there is a funky little pity system, but it's basically like in the long term, it basically acts like a pity system that carries over into multiple gacha, so it feels really good to have. Um, and Pad usually doesn't put most of the chase cards in non-tradable rarities, but usually the chase cards are gonna be either tradable or also bundled with something like a orb skin package or like a music bundle package, a background music bundle package, which um does cost money, but if you're the type of person to spend money on gacha, it's so much better just being able to buy the chase units outright rather than having to just gamble and having to bank like hundreds of stones just in case you wanna risk like pitying and stuff like that. And not only that, Puzzle and Dragons actually doesn't really benefit that much from dupes. This does come with a caveat. Some units do function better with dupes, but when it comes to dupes in this game, you don't really need like 5 copies for a unit to become usable or anything like that. One unit is fine. It can reach its full maximum potential with just having one unit. And if you were to get more than one unit, it would normally be for one of its different evolutions, or if you're going to be using multiple copies of it on a team. But we're limited to having like 12 equip slots, 12 unit slots, 6 for your main characters and 6 for your equips. So it's really generally not a concern. You would rarely ever see a unit show up more than like 2 or 3 times in a dungeon, in a template team, if it even shows up that many times. Generally, it's gonna be like 1 or 2 copies is basically all you need for you to either use for yourself or even like self pair. Do 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 do. Pad Pass is also one of the best value propositions in the game, offering huge quality of life benefits, and it's basically like a monthly subscription fee for like $9 per month. But if you're going to be spending money on this game, then it's basically one of the best value offerings, and it offers like a lot, including access to dungeons that are normally limited time, like at any day of the week. So you basically don't have to wait for specific dungeons to show up, so it's incredibly useful if you're the type of person to maybe not log in every day. And especially because the freebies that you get from Pad Pass, you don't have to actually log in every day. You can actually log in like once every 3 days, and you can still claim all the rewards. Um, so it does cater to the more casual player base as well, because not everybody has the time or even wants to log into a game every day. You know, because it's nobody really likes dailies, right? Let's be real. And yeah, so Pad Pass basically gives you a whole bunch of like stones, rolls, and a bunch of MP as well, but MP isn't that important for new players right now because of the most recent patch, which gives out a whole bunch of that, but we'll get into that later. So it's pretty generous with that. I wrote this twice. So yeah, it's pretty generous with free-to-play stones, chase units, oftentimes tradable, and cheap builds also exist for many late-game dungeons, and all the materials used to fully power up all of your units can be attained early on, just at a slight efficiency loss. So it's not like some of the other gacha games where if you want to basically fully power up your units, you basically need access to the very endgame dungeons. In Puzzle and Dragons, this is generally not the case because you have access to most of the resources. It's just that it's gonna be at a slight efficiency loss. Like where an endgame player would be able to grind out 5 of a unit for 100 stamina, you might end up needing 5 runs instead for that single monster. But for many players, we're kind of drowning in stamina anyway, so it's basically a non-issue. And with the amount of free stamina that you get, if you're tackling like endgame dungeons, it equates to like several hours of gameplay that you could eke out with just free stamina and ad refreshes. So yeah, you don't have to worry too much about spending money to play this game more. Like this game gives you a lot of stamina to work with, and that's one of the things I love about this game. And okay, so the next point is unique gameplay experience. There's no other match 3 game that has a similar playstyle and polish that Pad has. So one thing that you might not be used to if you come from other match 3 games like Bejeweled or something like that is the way that Pad works with match 3 is very different from other games. Pad is not limited to how many moves you can do, and it's not like you're sliding entire rows or columns at a time to basically match 3. In Puzzle and Dragons, you pick up an orb and you have a fixed amount of time to move it, and this time is basically adjustable based on dungeon mechanics, whatever the enemy might throw at you, and the way that you build your team comp. So you might be thinking that this game basically favors like people that can move fast, and it does. But it is still accessible to many players because most modern team builds are designed to be easy to pilot because if you want to increase dungeon consistency for endgame dungeons, one of the major factors that you have to reduce is basically player skill issue. So yeah, endgame teams are generally built with that kind of thinking in mind. So even if you're not the absolute best puzzle game player, or even if you're not the most like even action game player, like you don't have to be the fastest player to basically be able to tackle endgame dungeons. So no worries about that. And there's basically no time limits to dungeons unless it's for a specific challenge or something like that. But these challenge rewards are generally like aesthetics, like title rewards and stuff like that. So if you don't have to stress too hard over not being able to get any of that. So you're not going to be locked out of content for not being able to basically clear sweaty clear like dungeons on release and stuff like that. So don't worry about that. Yeah, movement tied to time rather than number of moves, and a skill the player can make or break certain teams. And the fluid gameplay can pause and return to dungeons at any time. Start a dungeon before starting a task to burn stamina. And pick up and play. Yeah, so one thing that I also really like about Puzzle and Dragons is the fact that you can basically just enter a dungeon and just turn your phone off. Or you can just pick it up at any time. Like, one thing I sometimes do is I enter a dungeon before I enter the subway, and then while I'm in transit, I'll just clear out a dungeon with the time that I have just waiting for my stop to come. So things like that you can just do as well. And you can also just do something like enter a dungeon just before you go to bed, watch an ad, fill up your stamina bar, so you have like 2 bars of stamina to work with when you wake up. And that's also another way that you can use like these stamina refreshes as well. So I touched on the pity system as well. So Godfest exclusives can be traded for top priority units. And one thing that I should note is that these top rarity units are generally the chase cards because they basically introduce a new level of power creep generally every time that we get like a new collab and stuff like that. But it's also worth noting that there's basically no PvP mode that has you like beat out another person because you have a better comp. PvP in this mode is either equalized or through something like the ranking system where you're basically just doing like a time trial run versus like and competing to see who can clear a dungeon like the fastest or with the most amount of points. Ranking dungeons are naturally going to be favoring those who are have more developed boxes for the most part, but there are also fixed team ranking dungeons which everybody is at an equal footing and can compete for as well. So yeah, power creep in this case is basically not that. It is difficult if you're trying to keep up with the latest and greatest content, I will admit, but for most players, it's actually a good thing because all it does is make early game, well, the older dungeons easier because older dungeons never get buffed to get harder. If anything, they sometimes get adjusted to be a little bit easier if they're particularly frustrating or whatnot, but yeah, it's there's 2 ways to take it, but I think for most players, units getting better over time fairly quickly is actually like a fairly good thing. So there's that, and longevity, you don't really have to worry about Pad basically dying up because it's currently celebrating its 10th anniversary in NA. Like, it's one of the longest lasting games that I know of. And it's basically like a year older in Japan as well, and it basically is Gung-Ho's cash cow in Japan, so there's basically very little fears of it dying off in NA, especially because we've recently gotten like a Star Wars collab. Like, we got a freaking collab from Disney. Like, we're not really at a risk of it dying out anytime soon. And yeah, it offers one of the best ad reward systems. You can basically watch ads every day to either increase your not either to increase your box space, which is basically the amount of units you can store in your box, and also for free stamina refreshes up to 2 times a day. But for the remainder of this month, we actually get 4 refreshes a day just because of a special event. But yeah, and also the ad provider for Puzzle and Dragons is one of those that actually closes out when you press the X button as soon as the timer is done. It's not one of those annoying ad providers where you basically press the X or the fast forward button, the App Store pop-up thing shows up, and then you have to press done and then wait another 5 seconds. No, none of that bullshit. It's one of the best ad systems in the market right now, to be honest. And it also features a very welcoming community with a lot of resources. Like, there's a bustling Reddit, there's a bunch of Discord servers like discord.gg/pad or Hyperion. And there's also player-made tools such as PadDB, which I'm going to be showing off as my second emulator on the right, which is basically like a pad database of sorts. And there's also like a whole bunch of like different guides being posted on Discord, on Twitter. And yeah, there's basically like a very big player base, and there's a constant stream of content always just coming out. So there's always more stuff to look forward to. And there's always people willing to help you. So long as you follow the posting rules, I will say that. Rest in peace, PadX, rest in peace. PadX, for anyone not in the know, PadX is basically another resource that many players used like a few years back. And it was basically like a compendium of like all the dungeons and dungeon data and like monster data, but then it got shut down eventually because it was left unmaintained. But we're basically working our way around it by using different apps like DB. So these are basically just like a couple of tiers that I listed out for what I consider to be like IAP tiers, I guess, depending on how much you're willing to spend every month. Um, if you're gonna be the type to spend money on this game, you can spare $15 a month. I would highly recommend this middle tier where you basically pick up Pad Pass and the occasional bundles for like $1, or some of the more better ones for like a bit more than that, like $10 or something like that. But yeah, I'm not gonna be going over the entire list because I basically said that this game is very accommodating for all levels, and for the sake of this tutorial, I'm probably gonna be staying free to play. But yeah, if you'd like to read over the pros and cons of basically just well, I mostly use the pros because there's basically no cons other than your wallet kind of suffering. But if you like to read this, feel free to take a screenshot or basically just download the file and just take a look at it yourself. And we will basically move on to the early game, and I will also start on my pad. So I don't want to start on the shilling part for too long because if I could rant on that like all day, and we don't have all day to stay here. It's already near like 30-minute mark anyways. So for the early game, I'm actually going to be swapping off of this, and we're going to be focusing on the in-game right now. So for the early game, you basically just download a pad. It's a shiny new game. You click start. Now, I already cleared like the privacy policies and the terms of service and stuff like that, but you're going to want to read through them, and there's also some things that you might want to keep an eye out for. Like, does a starting attribute or name matter? Starting attributes only affects what is basically like this little thing on the top left, this like jewel icon. So you have an option between like fire, red, blue, or green. You can go with whatever. It doesn't affect your gameplay. It used to affect when certain dungeons would show up, but they've basically just made all the dungeons show up at the same time for everyone. So yeah, that's like a relic of the past, so you don't have to worry about that. It's basically just for pure aesthetic purposes. There's no benefits or drawbacks for picking any attribute. I will say that it does affect the way that certain crowns look. It's basically just gonna be like the way that a jewel. I don't know if it's actually over here. Crown. Yeah, like if you see over here, this jewel in the middle changes depending on what attribute you pick at the start, so pick wisely. But the name that you pick can be changed at any time, so you don't have to worry about that at all. And for anyone wondering what crowns are basically what you get for placing in the top ranking bracket in ranking dungeons. Which I basically covered a while back. It's basically just like a PvE mode where you're basically just competing against others to clear dungeon as fast as possible. And your highest score is basically recorded for, and you're basically just given like a percentile rank. And the top 5% of the players that clear the dungeon will basically get a crown after like the falling maintenance. So that's basically how it works. So once you get to this place, if it's a first time playing pad, I would highly recommend just beginning and not skipping, because you'll be introduced to some of the mechanics of the game that are quite important to understand. So this tutorial is kind of dated and kind of old, which is why I kind of want to make this more modern guide as a supplement. So welcome to your first dungeon. Let's go over the game screen. You control these orbs. Line up 3+ orbs of the same color vertically or horizontally to erase them. 3+, so you can clump up more than you want. More than 3. Let's take a look at the dungeon portion of the screen. Your HP is important. If it falls to 0, it's game over. These are your monsters, and the enemy monsters are going to be in the middle. You can actually press and hold on enemy monsters to get more information about them, such as the attribute and the type, and if they have like other status effects on them. You can also learn about exactly what they do by just pressing and holding on the enemy monster. This comes in particularly handy for endgame dungeons where you might not exactly know what a boss might do or something like that, or like what kind of attribute, or if it's a damage absorb type or something like that. Press and hold and you'll find out. And the reward coins is basically like what you get in this treasure box is how many item drops there were. And we can't access the menu right now, but it's also going to be fairly important because there's a couple of settings that I want to change for everyone. So let's try moving orbs around. Drag the glowing orb all the way to the right. So this is basically just... And we're going to be matching all these orbs. And then... So for every orb that's matched, like if you match a set of red orbs, that orb's worth of damage is basically going to be going to your red units. So what orbs you actually match does matter. You can't just match nilly-willy, and it, like... The number of orbs that you match and how you match them actually matters quite a bit, which is where the puzzling part comes in handy. Defeat enemies to proceed through the dungeon, and we're basically just going to be speedrunning this. I don't believe that it requires that much focus or puzzling, but yeah. No skip combo so slow. That is true. Yeah, so there's a couple settings that I want to change first. Oh, okay, we'll do it next dungeon because I don't think we have access to it yet. So you reach a new rank. Higher ranks means improves your max stamina and lets you take higher cost monsters with you. Higher cost monsters, yes, but most of us have enough cost anyways after like years of getting buffs, so it's generally not an issue anymore. Magic stones have many uses. Really? It doesn't expand on it? Okay. You can borrow helper monsters from pals. So, please. So the friend system in this game is basically you add another person by their friend ID, which is basically like this 9-digit code that you see at the bottom of my stream. And by adding other people, you can basically get access to certain monsters that they set as their leaders. And that basically lets you pair up with them, letting you complete your team comps and stuff like that. So now we'll explain how enemy attacks. See the one counter above the enemy? This counter decreases each time you move orbs. When the counter reaches 0, this enemy attacks. Try moving orbs. Now, your HP decreases when you're attacked. If your HP falls to 0, it's game over. Let's recover some lost HP. Line up heal orbs to heal. And let's just finish this dungeon. Okay, so let's go into the menu and let's go into options. So there's a couple settings that you might want to adjust over here. First of all, if your phone is like a data device, you might want to turn massive attack effect off. You can also turn skills off if you know what you're doing, or if you adjust your screen size, which I'll get into a bit later. Colorblind mode, there is an option for colorblind mode, though it does whether you choose to use it or not is really up to you. Some like orb skins look very, very different if you use it or not. Like it's a completely different like color palette, and it's also a generic colorblind mode, so it's not targeting like any specific type of color blindness, so your mileage may vary. Skip combos is the universal option that I would highly recommend for everyone, no matter what you're doing. It's just really nice. It saves you a whole bunch of time, especially if you're going to be playing this game a lot. It basically just skips the individual like combo counting animations because you can be stuck in that for ages. And new effects basically just makes things a little bit cooler. And cut and display, yada yada yada. So that's basically all the options that we're going to be tackling for now, but I'll just keep going. Don't waste your time on 3 players. Please don't. So nothing really too complex over here. So every time you rank up, pretty much every other rank that you rank up, you basically get like an extra bit of a point in stamina. So early on, getting your rank up is not a bad idea for getting your maximum stamina because it just increases the amount of the buffer, right? Like unless you're gonna be like, especially if you're like super finicky with like stamina overflowing and stuff like that. If you play this game enough, you will eventually get to the point where your stamina bar basically lets you basically just play the game like once a day. It can get to that point. Like I personally have a stamina of like 500 something, I think. And every hour you basically recover 20 stamina because it recovers at 1 every 3 minutes. So Yeah, you can easily get to a point by just playing this game for like a few weeks where you can get to the point where you can basically just play this game like once or twice, and not worry about overflow. To add a new monster to your team via edit team. So this is basically the way that you add new monsters to your team. The UI is a little bit gimp because it is a tutorial screen, so I'm just gonna skip over this a little bit quickly, and then we can revisit this, and then I'll tell you exactly why. So you can make mass attacks that damage enemies, every enemy by lining up 5+ orbs in a single turn. So this is basically the generic mass attack. This basically works with every single match that you do. If you match 5, then you're basically gonna be attacking every single monster with it. Not 4, but 5. And this actually does matter in quite a lot of cases because there are a lot of dungeons, especially in the modern endgame, where you basically like have like an entire line of monsters basically just like filling your screen, and if you want to kill them all at the same time, then it's important that you basically mass attack. We don't really care about these units, so we're just gonna skip ahead. And monster power-up fusion, this is basically how you level up your units, and you level up your units by basically feeding it other units. Now, the units that you feed to your the ones that you want to level up are gonna be fodder units, and there are very specific types of fodder units that you're gonna want to keep an eye out on. You will not be using any of the monsters that you pull from the rare egg machine for feeding into other units because it is a colossal waste. And because I mentioned like previously that your units are basically evergreen, so you want to basically favorite and not even think about selling any of the monsters that you have that you roll from these like limited time or anything that you basically spend your precious magic stones on. You're basically not gonna want to throw away. It's very important. I believe after one more dungeon, we get to the point where... Oh yeah, and attribute bonuses also matter as well. Attribute bonuses matter more in the mid and late game, but we'll get into that later once we actually get to that point. But for now, if you're just able to activate your leader skill, chances are you're going to be killing everything on the screen anyways, so... there's different focus for team building in the early game, and we're going to be going over that very quickly soon. Very, very different focus. And so some monsters have powerful skills. After enough turns have passed, an ally is ready to use a skill, it will start to blink. This monster has been pre-charged. Tap its icon to use a skill. Also, if you want to know exactly when a skill is going to be coming up, you are free to basically... Oh, this is because we have skills on, but if you click on a unit with skills on, it will basically give you this pop-up, and it'll tell you exactly what that's going to do and when it's going to charge up. So you can just do this. There are many different skills. This is just one example. Let's finish the dungeon. So if you were to press and hold over each of your own units, you can also get an overview of what their attributes, their types are, their awoken skills, and also when your cooldowns are up. Because these blinking icons in the background are kind of hard to see if your character's art is especially busy, or if it just straight up covers like a whole bunch of the square, like the majority of the square. In those cases, you're just going to want to hover over it, and then you can basically just find out exactly how many turns you have left that way. And we're going to be doing the same over here. Just pop a skill. Oh, I messed up. I'm also skipping over those like little tip pop-ups at the end of dungeons, but if you're a new player, you might want to actually take the time to read over those as well. So we rank that, we get more stamina. And we got a black fighter. We don't want to add any more friends right now. Magic stones have many uses. Let's spend your magic stones on the rare egg machine. So every single roll that you do with magic stones, you're going to want to favorite these units, and what favoriting does is it makes sure that you can't accidentally trade away or throw away those units. So it's very important that you do that for every single monster that you get. You finish the tutorial. If you have any questions, visit others' help, and your quest for the legendary dragon begins. You can now transfer the game data using a social media account to link an account. Proceed to others' device change in social media linking. You'll also receive 10 magic stones for linking your account for the first time. Linking your device is also a very easy way to basically make sure that you don't accidentally lose your account in case you lose your device. So I would highly recommend you set this up, especially if you're on like an account that you want to stick with. And normal dungeons are the most basic type of dungeon where enemy monsters only inflict damage with their attacks. If your HP reaches 0, it's game over, so train your monsters and build a powerful team to take down these dungeons. Now, the first thing that we're going to be doing is going over some of these monsters, these option settings from the others. So, return to title screen is actually fairly handy if you want to refresh your friends list, or if you want to basically... If you want to refresh the game, you don't have to close out of it completely. You can simply just opt to return to title screen and then just tap back in. Especially if you clear a dungeon and you're due to receive some rewards in the mail. Returning to title screen and just tapping back in is basically like a much faster way of just refreshing that. So links basically links to like official site, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and a tutorial overview and stuff like that. If you join one of the Puzzle & Dragons Discord servers, chances are you won't need to follow any of these because there's going to be bots that post those announcements for you with a handy role that can also alert you whenever a social media post is made as well. Limited time dungeon schedule can also be accessed through the top right button over here, and it basically tells you when dungeons are coming up at what time of day. This is, I believe, PST. It's UTC-8. Some of these you're gonna want to keep track of, but for the most part, you can ignore this until there's something that you actually need. So these white dungeons, I don't exactly know why. Oh, I think I know. I think these light dungeons, these white text dungeons are basically the easiest ones that pretty much anyone can complete. These yellow ones hit slightly harder, I think. Or have, like, much higher HP pools and stuff like that. And this green one is basically something that you would want to bring an endgame specific team with. It's not something that you just enter and run. It requires a specific team comp. But just keep that in mind. And then what they give is basically like super straightforward as well. It's basically built into the title. Spirit Jewel Rush gives you jewels, which are basically evolution materials. Super Plus Points Caves gives you plus points, which you can use to enhance your monsters. Pre-Dry Infestation gives you like a couple of latents or MP that you can work with as well, and stuff like that. So there's that. The Monster Book is basically an overview of every single monster that you've encountered and collected. Monster Search is also accessible via this web button on the top right hand corner. This Monster Search is basically the cooler version of the Monster Book, and you can basically use this to narrow down certain monsters by criteria. I would recommend you use PadDB, but the web version of this actually is directly tied into your account. So if you're looking up a certain unit, it will actually tell you how many copies of it you have and what evolutions you've unlocked or which like monsters you've encountered and whatnot. Are there still multiple LTD timings depending on the player group? That is a good question. No. Puzzle & Dragons recently basically consolidated all the LTD timings into the same thing, so what a lot of Puzzle & Dragons Discord servers have set up on their own are basically roles that you can sign up for where they will alert you for specific limited time dungeons as they appear. So if you're the type of person that doesn't really want to plan around these but have access to your phone pretty much 24/7, like if you're working from home or something like that, then you can basically just sign up for one of those ping roles, and then you can basically just enter the dungeons whenever you want. But do note that some of these dungeons pop up at very unruly times, like Spirit Jewel Rush shows up from 5 AM to 8 AM. Like, I don't know why, don't ask me, but yeah, some of these times are very weird. Monster Search. Options! This is important. So system. We already went over most of these, but the one inside the dungeon is basically like a smushed together version of like a couple of these. So manage boxes and record sorting order I would recommend you keep on. Story skip you can just leave off for now, but you can choose to turn that on later. User, I forgot what this exactly does, but it's probably not that important. Stamina notifications. Stamina notifications, I would leave on. Puzzle and Dragons doesn't really send you any other notifications, but you can have it set so that whenever your stamina is full, it basically just sends you a toast. It's very straightforward. Continue confirmation. I forgot which saying. I don't know why it's off by default. I don't remember if I should have it on or off. I think it's on that you need. Yeah, I think it's on. So the reason why you want this is because sometimes if you accidentally die in a dungeon, you might press the wrong button and accidentally stone to continue. This used to be a bigger problem in the past, but after they introduced this option, there's now a confirmation dialogue, which is basically going to be asking, like, are you sure you want to use a magic stone to continue this dungeon? Because 99% of the times, it's a resounding no. You really don't want to. Just using that single stone to basically refresh your stamina and have more shots at the dungeon is honestly a much better way to use stones if you're going to be using stones for stamina anyway, so there's that. There might be a couple of exceptions, but I'll get to that in a bit. For example, if there's like a specific farmable unit that's a really good and that would finish up your team, and you know that you can feed it with just like one stone to complete, then there are certain rare cases where stoning could be good, but if you have to ask yourself if it's worth it or not, just assume no. Generally the answer is going to be very obvious if it's actually worth it for you, but yeah, if you have to ask, just no, it's not worth it. Fusion warning, sale warning, and recording mode, blah blah blah. So dungeon, attributes, skills. I'm gonna turn skills off because there's another way that you can actually get information on skills, and I'll get to that in a second. We went over all these already. Process reduction is in case you wanna lessen the load on your phone, especially if you're using like an older device. You can choose to turn visual effects off, and you can use simple background on. And that'll basically like render less things on the screen, making it easier for you to run your game. So help section is basically game rule basic rules. You can read over this if you want. User info is basically where you can basically see like how long you've been playing, what dungeons you've completed with what teams and stuff like that. You'll oftentimes see people tab over into this screen after they've completed a dungeon to basically show off their teams and what they used to basically clear the dungeons and how long it took and the amount of rewards they got and stuff like that. So it's a very handy tab. Magic Stone balances basically tells you how many paid stones and free stones you have. You can change your name at any time, like I said over here. Game data migration is basically if you want to set up your account linking, or if you want to move your account over to a different device, then this is what you use. User settings, friend invites, receive or reject. You can choose whether you want to receive or reject all friend invites or mails. It's really up to you. I just leave mine on because you generally don't get a lot of mail in the first place, and usually when you do get mail, it's people asking you for you to politely like put up a leader with like a specific setup or something like that. So in those cases, I usually don't mind. I just put them up until they're done with it. Support in case you ever need support, but the funny thing is oh yeah, you're gonna want to save your secret code. Very important. So every once in a while, what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to keep a copy of your secret code. You're also gonna want to keep a copy of screenshots of your box if you're not the type to record it, because if you want to do their account recovery process, they do ask you for specific units in your box and stuff like that. So just keep track of that kind of stuff on hand, especially your friend ID. That's also very important. Terms of service, copyrights, blah blah blah. Data installation. This option is more for Android users, I believe, because I don't think iOS players have this option. But data installation you should turn on, and it will let you load into dungeons much faster. And screen display settings. I would highly recommend everyone, no matter what aspect ratio your device uses, switch over to 2-1. And the reason for this is because if you enter a dungeon with 2-1, you actually get more information than you might expect. Because with the free space that you have from this phone display being like scrunched up like this, you do get like tasteful, like rocky textured sides, I guess. But don't mind that. So the reason why is because special dungeons let you take part in limited time and yada yada yada. Yeah. Okay. So endless quarters is basically like a dungeon that you can enter to basically test out whatever team comps you want and stuff like that. Hopper lets you select your friend's current leader monster or the leader in the team 1 slot to help you in dungeons. Make friends with lots of other players to make conquering dungeons a breeze. So I'm just gonna be entering with any random team. And bam! Over here at the very top of the screen, you'll notice that there's a leader skill description for your leader and your friend leader. So just in case you forget, you can basically refer to this. This only shows up if you set your game resolution, game aspect ratio to 2-1. So even if you play with like a 16 by 9 display, like if you're playing with like a 1080p phone, switch over to 2-1. It's fine if you just these like rocky bars on the side are more than fine because everything else is kind of scrunched up anyways. And another thing that's really good about this is if you were to click and hold over your monsters, right? You get information on your unit's active skills as well. So it takes away the guesswork from not knowing exactly what a skill is going to be doing until you have it up, because if you have skills on, you basically can only check when the skill is up. So you can basically just check what your skills do by pressing and holding, which is why like you get so much more information by switching over your aspect ratio to 2-1. So anyone that plays Pet, I would highly, highly, highly recommend you switch over to this. So I'm gonna stop leaving out of this. And we basically covered the early game tutorial. Let me see what other things that we should be checking over. And thank you for the follow as well. So box management, what to do with all the stuff given to you and how to organize your box to get help easier. So the first thing you want to do after you switch up your settings and stuff like that is you're going to want to head over to your mailbox by tapping the friend icon over here, and then you basically get set up with 5 different options over here: friend list, your ID and ID search, and send mail and mailbox. You can send mail to other players, but because of the built-in censoring system, sometimes your messages won't go through properly. Like it might be replaced with asterisks, but I mean, it is what it is, right? It's fine. It's fine. If you're just doing harmless requests like asking people to like switch over a lead or something like that, you're generally not gonna have any problems with that, so it's fine. Friend list, you start off with a very limited friend. You start off with very limited friend slots. You start off with 21. You do get a couple friend slots. I believe it's up to like 50 by ranking up, and then eventually, and then after that, you're only gonna be able to expand your friend slots by using magic stones, but spending magic stones on friend slots is not a bad idea if you need them. So I would suggest expanding them as needed, especially if you're looking to try like a new leader or stuff like that. Then you might want to add a couple more friends that run that specific leader and stuff like that. So there's that. But what other thing that you can do is, I mentioned this at the very beginning, but just like how I'm running Puzzle and Dragons off of BlueStacks, you can actually make alt accounts on BlueStacks as well to basically just friend yourself and basically make your own friend pairings if you don't have multiple copies of a unit for you to self-pair with. So that is one way that you can basically use an alt. And over here, we basically got thrown a whole bunch of stuff in our general direction. You do have the option of receiving all by pressing sort and receive on the top right-hand corner. But if you're just starting out, I would highly recommend just clicking through each of these because they do tell you information. So data migration feature, these 2 mails are given to every single account that's, to every single fresh account. So basically just don't exploit bugs, don't trade accounts, as in don't do RMT, like don't exchange accounts for another one. Don't do client and packet editing because that can and will get you banned, and don't do other illegal activities such as like, and engaging in such acts may cause you to lose game data. So don't use third-party tools that will modify your game data. It's not gonna end well for you. Don't do it. I have seen a bunch of accounts get deleted basically get banned for doing that. Like if you go into your friends list one day and you see a user has changed their account name to like account halted, I believe, then that means that they got banned. So 100 magic stones, thanks to all of our players. Puzzle and Dragons is celebrating a 10th anniversary. Use 100 magic stones, token of gratitude. So there's 100 stones. We get 1 free stone for logging in. There's another free stone for logging in. Celebrate the upcoming fest. There's another stone. Congratulations for clearing tutorial. Here's some magic stones to help celebrate your beginning of your journey. Now try the normal dungeons, gather more magic stones, and pull powerful monsters while battling your way to higher ranks. I thank you for clearing the tutorial. Now for a limited time, enjoy an additional 50 magic stones to begin your journey. This is like Puzzle and Dragons sometimes has these events where if you create a new account and you complete a tutorial within this time frame, they will basically give you an extra 50 stones. So the normal amount of stones that you get for clearing is basically 50 stones. And we got an additional 50 because of that. Because of this, the limited time event. And we also got an extra 100 stones because they're basically giving out 100 stones to every single player. For the 10th year anniversary, and they're basically doing that, and they did that like a couple times for the past couple months. And congratulations on completing a tutorial to commemorate the beginning of your journey. Here's a leveling material set just for you. You have received the following: 10 million coins, 3,000 points, and 100 tamadras. Super Snow Globe Dragons, Extreme Killing Metal Dragons, and Jewels. That's nice. We also got a couple of additional monsters for every player that logs in during a certain time frame. And we also have Sanrio characters, Memorial Egg Machine. So we got a copy of Kurumi. For every rare egg machine, you can basically click the lineup button on the top right hand corner, and you can basically get a rundown of basically what percentage chance you can basically roll a given unit. 5-star units or the lowest rarity units are basically the trash rolls, I guess would be one way to say it. And the non-lowest rarity units are generally the ones that you want to keep an eye out for, but on a completely new account, whatchamacallit, you gotta make do with whatever you got, right? So I'm gonna be teaching you guys how to basically team build to deal with that instead. Now, this raises a couple of questions, right? Like, if it actually matters what units you get, then do you need to re-roll? And to answer that question, I actually answered over here, but, no. Yeah, do you need to reroll? No, and for the sake of demonstration, I will not be rerolling this account. There are plenty of farmable teams that can clear late game content, and many players get drawn to path through their collapse. Feel free to reroll for your favorite units as the account deletion process is fast. So if you do want to reroll, you have the option to, but the majority of the game you don't need to. The only time I would recommend you reroll is if you're basically looking for a specific unit to basically best friend yourself to use for like lead pairings. It's very low effort. It takes like no time at all, especially because we can actually roll 5 times at the same time now, like so. So by rolling 5 times at once, oh, that was actually a really good roll. What the heck? So certain units are basically tied to orb skins and background musics. And so that unit that I rolled previously was one that was tied to an orb skin. Orb skin units and background music units can be purchased outright from the Magic Stone store. So I'm going to be basically doing my rolls first, and then we're going to be taking a look at which ones are good and which ones are bad or whatnot. And I see which ones are good and which ones are bad, but pretty much every unit that you roll is capable of clearing all the content in the early and mid game. So what we're looking for is basically synergy. So I'm just gonna be rolling a couple more times. For right now, I think I'm just gonna be rolling like 100 stones worth. That's like around 25 rolls. No, 20 rolls. My bad. And after you basically roll your first batch of units, you're gonna want to go back to your monster box. Okay, so after that first really good roll that I had, everything else is turning out really poorly. RNG giveth, RNG taketh. Got another orb skin unit. That's cool. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. So these gold eggs are for every 5-star unit that drops, and the rarity of a unit is basically, you can take a look at it by checking at the top left of a unit over here. It's the amount of stars that represents the rarity of the unit. And what you're gonna be wanting to do is for every single unit that came out of that special rem, you're gonna wanna favorite everything. And what that does is it stops you from accidentally selling any of them off. So you wanna do that for every single unit that came out from the rem, including like the Akala that I rolled as well. Add to favorite, add to favorites, favorite, to favorites, add to favorite, add to favorite. I didn't really roll that much of top rarity characters, so I'm just gonna be rolling 1 or 2 more times. As new players, you generally don't want to go too hard on rolling in these special rounds because you oftentimes can't form a completely cohesive team with just these units. I think we rolled all 3 orb unit skins. Orb skin units. So I'm just going to be rolling 1 more time. And then we can basically just get started with team building and just going over some of the stuff that we actually have in our inventories at this point. That was another really good roll. Okay, Daytona Kitty. Okay. So once again, I'm just gonna be favoriting everything. Yeah, and so this is the monster box that we have to work with right now. As for which egg machines that you should be rolling in, which rare egg machines you should be rolling in, generally speaking, you're only gonna be wanting to roll when there's a Godfest going on. It's gonna be indicated by like a special different banner. You generally want to stay away from this rare egg machine because it's basically like the one that's always up. But there's almost always an event with much better units and Godfest exclusives in it, so you generally don't want to roll in this like ever unless there's a special event that buffs the units in this. So stay away from this for the most part. For now, as a new player, you're just gonna want to focus on getting like this Sanrio egg machine, and yeah. Actually, let's just roll the remainder of our stones. We're gonna get more stones anyways, so, and because I actually, because Hello Kitty is a cool ass RAM, right? So I enjoy the franchise, so I'm just gonna roll everything in here. And we can basically just work off of whatever you get. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Nice cinnamon roll. So once again, I'm just gonna go back and favorite everything. So you'll also notice that we basically have 48 out of 200 cards. This is basically like your box. Even though you can scroll to the very bottom, this doesn't mean that this is the end of your box. You actually have room for like 150 more cards over here. So one quick box navigation tip is if you want to go to the top of the box, click anywhere up here near the top of the monster box, and it will scroll yourself all the way to the top. And if you click down here where the scrolling text is, you can also be sent down to the bottom. So this is just so that you don't have to like grab the bar and move it down and then be like mess around with it a little bit. You can just tap the top and tap the bottom, and it's much easier that way. The reason being is because if you favorite all of the monsters that you get from the rem, right? And all of your important farmable units and stuff like that, then if you want to just quickly navigate over to whatever recent dungeon drops that you got or any new units that you received, you can just click the bottom and then you'll basically jump straight to all the monsters that you can choose to favorite or just sell off. So that's just one quick box navigation tip. With those two salmons, will you be trading some of your access rolls for a Northern Kitty? Well, probably not, because for a new player box, I don't believe that it would make sense for me to go for a Northern Kitty team yet. What I'm more looking at is probably something to do with Daytona Kurumi, possibly. And there is also the fact that we do have double Fascia Kitty, but probably not gonna be pairing one with Daytona Kurumi or something like that. I'll figure something out. But yeah, let's begin by going back to our chart. So we already covered, does the starting attribute and the name matter? Not really. The starting attribute 650 when it's always drawn to your name. Yeah, so favorite all the monsters from the rem and play around the boxes and custom sorts. And for box help, upload screenshots of your useful monsters to Imgur and post following rules. Now, for what a lot of people will ask you is to basically sort by monster points, because it's a quick and easy way to see if a monster came from the rare egg machine or not. As a rule of thumb, anything that sells for more than 5,000 monster points, basically if it blinks and it shows 5,000 or higher, that means that it came from a rare egg machine, and you generally want to favorite all the monsters that come out from there. Yeah, and in a case of like a Norza Kitty, Lupa, stuff like that, it's very assist dependent, and we're not exactly focused on getting through like ASR 1 right now. If anything, I might trade for a Remu Kitty if need be, but I'll get to that later. But for now, we're just gonna be working with what we have. So one thing that I like to do is I like to use a custom sort. This is generally preference, but I'm an old-time player, so I just like to use this particular sort. Because this is basically the old quote-unquote favorite sort that older players might be used to. Favorite, attribute, rare, sub-attribute. It basically just sorts it sorts your entire box by the way that it says, but it gives you a pretty clean way of organizing it so that you know which like you have your most valuable units of each attribute at the very top. Now rarity might be a little bit misleading, but we don't have any options to sort this by like monster points, so that's basically the reason why we're stuck with this. If we had more options, like how we have many more sorting options over here for our custom sort, then it'd be a different story, but alas, we gotta work with what we have. And so for the total completion rewards, you actually are throwing like a whole bunch of resources in your way. So the magic stones we already covered. It's basically used for rolling in the rare egg machines, and you should only be using them to roll in rare egg machines for the time being. Because expanding your monster box takes priority over everything, and you're most likely not going to be limited on stamina while you're clearing all these normal dungeons and ranking up nonstop anyways. So yeah, just focus on stockpiling your stones and rolling in these special realms whenever they show up. Now, as a new player, you're going to be clearing a whole bunch of these dungeons. You're going to see that you get a lot of magic stones thrown your way. You don't have to roll away everything, because you might want to save a couple of your rolls for rolling at Gothfest as well, because Gothfest are where you get your evergreen units, and a lot of these Gothfest exclusives are basically... A lot of Gothfest and Pantheon units are actually show up on like viable endgame teams, so... you want to expand your repertoire, and if you only choose to roll in specific like collab egg machines, you'll find that you end up with a lot of dupes of the lower rarity cards, and that's basically like it could be seen as like wasted rolls. So do keep that in mind. So, use them to roll in reg machines. Don't use rem units from the rem to trade unless you know what you're doing and have multiple spare copies of the ones you're trading away. So, because this is a new player experience, I'm not going to be trading any units. We're just going to be working with what we have. Using it for box spaces, with the exception of maybe one trade, but we'll see. Using it for box space is okay and encourage if you're out of space and add box expansions. Like if you're whaling and you find yourself as a new player that you're quickly reaching the limits of your box space, do expand it with stones. Do not sell off any copies of any monsters you have unless you know exactly what you're doing. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth the risk. So, do not use stones to continue in dungeons for stamina refreshes. In the early game, stamina refreshes through ads are plenty for most players, whales exempted. And even whale shouldn't stone for continues at this point in the game because the amount of max stamina you have is very little. You're by spending one stone, you basically refresh your stamina bar, so you get the maximum amount of stamina you have, and it can overflow. Like if I'm at like 20 stamina and I were to use stone to refresh my stamina, or if I were to watch an ad to refresh my stamina, it will actually go to 42. So it does overflow. And you can also use stones to expand friend slots, but only expand friend slots as needed. Because it's nice to have more access to friends and stuff like that, but making sure that your team is fleshed out takes priority at this point in the game. Which is why making alts to basically self-pair is an option, or you could alternatively just go onto one of the pad community subreddits or discords and look for friends that have maxed out versions of the units that you want to pair with. And just be nice about it, and then they should have their units up, and then you can basically use those to tackle any of the more challenging dungeons that require a more fleshed out team. Because for the early game, you can pretty much just make do with whatever you have in your box, so you don't really have to worry too much about that. Coins are easily farmable, and feeding monsters to level them requires gold. Super limit breaking also costs 1 billion gold, and it's not recommended, and it's not something you should do until late game. So what you have the option of doing is, if a unit is basically at level 99, which is basically the maximum, so let's just say, for example, what is this? Pierce damage for 1 turn, removes Warlock, creates 4 light orbs at random, 25 times. It's not very consistent. I'm just quickly looking through my box for a unit that I can use as a lead. How's overall recovery? Orb time plus 5 seconds. Times 8. I cannot evolve any of these units. Hangudon is a transforming unit. We want to avoid transforming units for the most part right now. Great Witch of the Water. Rish Kitty is probably what I want to use. If extreme million damage with 5 plus combos, 24 times attack, and reduces damage of 70% when 4 plus attacks attributes attack. Let's go with Rish Kitty. I do not have the materials to evolve her, but it's fine. Reduce damage of 60%, adds 1 combo and 3 plus attributes attack. 22 times attack and adds 2 combos with 4 plus linked water orbs. Okay, that's fine. So for example, if we were to have Great Witch of the Water Kitty, we want to enhance, and we want to just do power up fusion. We don't want to use any of the monsters from over here to feed, because these are the ones that are that we basically got from the rem. We don't want to waste it away for paltry gains. So instead what we're going to be going is we're going to be heading over to this tab over here. Now, most of these are valuable for one way or another. Like, for example, these super snow gloves are basically used to limit break. And limit breaking is something that you will do to basically break the level cap of your monster, and then it will get more powerful. Now, you can do this twice for every monster, for pretty much every monster, but as a new player, you should only do this once for the monsters that you use in your main teams. Because the second limit break gives you very little rewards, and it is stupid expensive. Especially for early game players, so you do not want to do that. So only limit break once, and you can tell that it fits your first limit break if your character's at level 99. You do not want to do super limit break, which you have the option to do at level 110. Do not do this. You will regret everything. You will burn through your entire gold stockpile in one fell swoop, and you will be absolutely lost. This game is still covered by your diagram. Thank you. Yeah, so for Super Snow Globes, if it asks you if you want to use 5 of these bad boys and 1 billion gold to super limit break your units, don't do it. But regular limit breaking is fine. King Diamond Dragon, under the leader skill, it says sell this monster and grants 100 million coins. That's exactly what you should be using these for. And Rich Gold Dragon grants 25 million monster XP when it uses fusion material, and selling this monster grants 50 million coins. I would personally recommend using these as feed, monster feed. And it's same with the Extreme King Metal Dragon. Receives lots of monster XP when it uses fusion material. If you're not exactly sure where to get more fusion material, you can also choose to run things like Gold Dragon Infestation. These things are... You can run these things, and especially like the Revenge of the Super Gold Dragons, you can run this and basically get monsters to level up your units. And I will also say that if you feed on attribute, like for example, say this Daytona Kurumi, if I were to feed this Rich Gold Dragon, although for any other attribute, for any non-light attribute, it would give 25 million monster XP. Because Daytona Kurumi is light attribute as well, it will actually give 37.5 million XP. So the amount of feed XP is increased by 50%. So do keep that in mind. And you will also notice that over here it says XP after fusion is 4 million, the excess EXP is 34 million. Excess EXP is completely wasted, so you want to try to minimize this as much as possible. And especially with constant events going on, it's generally expected that you can multiply the amount of for every feed that you do, the amount of EXP that's actually given to your monster is actually like multiplied by 1.5 or 2 because of special feed events. So you generally want to target like 2/3 of 4 million. And you can basically just ballpark measure that by if your character's level after feeding would be something like 80, I think. It's like 82. So I said that I was gonna try to mess around with Reach Kitty, so let me just get rid of this. And if I were to feed it just 1, Extreme King Metal Dragon, what this will do is level after fusion is gonna be 96. There's a little bit of a waste because it's gonna be fed in excess, but it's basically all we have to work with right now, so I'm just gonna feed it. And yeah, so this UI is also slightly different from what you see in the tutorial because we have more options over here. So power fusion is basically what you do to basically just straight up power up your level monster by giving it things to eat directly. Evolution is what you do to if you want to like switch over, if you want to evolve your units into different forms, or if you want to devolve units from other forms as well. You can check out a monster's evolutions by basically what I'm doing to get into these cards is basically just press and hold on a unit for briefly, and then I'll take you to this full card overview. On the bottom left corner over here, there's basically an Evo search, and it basically shows you the entire evolution tree with all the materials it needs to evolve into these monsters. Now, ultimate evos and stuff like that are generally safe to do, but I will give a warning for where is it? There are none over here. There is one type of evolution that you should be kind of careful about, and those are reincarnated evolutions. Reincarnated evolutions are not reversible easily. They require a special material to completely revert the unit back to its original state, and those units are kind of rare and unpredictable when you're gonna get them. So I would think twice before reincarnating evoing any of your units. You can basically whenever you try to reincarnate evo a unit, you will actually get a warning pop up saying that as well. So it's not you might accidentally just like press to it because you see a pop up dialog box and as gamers you just press to it, right? But it does give you a warning. I will say that it does give you a warning. So with this Reach Kitty, let's just take a look at the card, right? So I'm gonna bring up my. Oh yeah. So we went over gold. Plus points are basically what you use to enhance your units. So what I mean by that is plus points. Akala's reincarnated forms. That is true. Yeah. So over here, at the top of the icon, you basically are told what type of evolution it is. Standard evolutions are basically you get your if you want to do standard evolution, you have to get your monster up to a max level first, and then you can just evolve it into its actual useful forms. Ultimate evolutions can be done at any level. And reincarnation, this shiny rainbow text thing, this is the kind of thing that you should be super careful about. Reincarnations and super reincarnations. Assist evolutions are actually reversible as well. But yeah, just be careful about the reincarnation evolutions. So plus points fall under extra enhancements. So plus enhancements, basically what it does is exactly as it says right underneath. Enhance HP, attack, and recovery to plus 99. And what this does is it just straight up it boosts the amount of stats that this unit will have. And this costs plus points. You want a 297 to basically give plus 99 to each and every one of these. Every plus point is worth a different amount. Like 1 plus point in HP is equivalent to 10 HP. So if you plus 99 HP it will get an additional 990 HP. For attack, every attack plus point is worth like 5 points. So this is gonna be like 495 additional attack. So this 2691 is basically gonna be like 3100. And this recovery goes up by 3 for every plus point. So my recovery is gonna go from like 653 to like just over 1,000. Well, 1,000 actually. And you can tell how many plus points a unit has because it basically blinks between the amount of awakenings and the plus points it has. So extra enhancements. I also want to enhance awakenings. Lets you fuse to modules with certain monsters to unlock their awoken skills. You can also unlock awoken skills through power up fusion by fusing to the same monster. You do not want to do that for any of the monsters that you get from the rare egg machine. Just stick to using Tamadras. Just by playing this game, you're gonna end up with a lot of Tamadras. So just stick with those. So I'm just gonna hit full awakening. Use 9 Tamadras to unlock awoken skills, remaining 91 Tamadras. Sure. That's great. And any monster that you can't awaken any further is basically hidden from this menu. So your unit didn't disappear. It just you don't have the option to do it anymore, so it's not being shown. And the other way that you can use plus points is basically by rolling super awakenings. Use plus points to roll. This is the devil's mechanic. Endgame players will tell you how annoying this thing is, but it is crucial to leveling up your to improving your monsters. But in order to get started with super awakenings, you're gonna have to level limit break your unit once. So level limit breakthrough lets you raise your level cap of your starting monsters once they reach level 99. Use these monsters to with a super snow globe dragon to raise their max level to level 110. Once they reach level 110, you can also fuse them with 5 super snow globe dragons to raise their max level even higher, up to 120. Do not do this. I will say this over and over again because it is important that I drill this down into everyone's heads. Great Witch of the Water. So you can use 1 super snow globe dragon and 99,000 coins to perform a level limit breakthrough, increasing this max level to 110. And it basically also gives you a warning saying you're going to have this many super snow globes left. This is fine. We want to enhance this unit. Now, if we want to find out what kind of awakenings we can roll, we can just basically hover over this. And as for awakenings, what they do is you can press and hold each of these and they will tell you exactly what they do. So awoken skill number 1, resist bind plus, blocks bind attacks directed at itself. So right now at this stage of the game, you're not going to be facing monsters that really hit back at you, but eventually you're going to get to a point where through technical dungeons, you're going to be fighting monsters that basically hit, like, they will clap back. So one of the things that they can do is basically just bind your monster, and what that does is basically just put your monster to sleep. It can't really attack or do anything until it's unbound. So this thing basically lets you resist that. Skill boost. Team starts with 2 less turns needed to activate skills. we covered active skills earlier, where it's basically like for every time that you match orbs, these skills go down by 1 turn. These cooldowns get charged up by 1 turn, right? And by having more skill boosts means that you can basically make sure that your skills, you enter the dungeon with more charge, basically. And this is especially important for many teams because many teams have transforming units. For example, like Hangyodan. You can tell if a unit is transforming or not by checking the top left corner. It tells you there's like a button you can use to change, and it tells you into what unit it changes into if you were to use a skill. So other allies' actives charge by 3 turns and changes to Royal Oak Hangyodan, which is this Royal Oak Hangyodan over here at the top. And yeah, so that's basically what it does. And it basically just comes with fully awoken skills and stuff like that. But this transformation is dependent. It's something that you have to do every single time you enter a dungeon. So because units like these have like skill cooldowns of like 20 turns, this is why you're gonna quickly find that skill boosts are one of the most valuable skills you can valuable awoken skills you can have on a team. And 3 attribute enhanced attack. Attack increases when 3+ attacks attributes attack at once. Now the specific number that these go up by, I will cover in the damage section over here. But I will say right now that for now, all you have to care about is activating your leader skill and your active. You don't need to know the exact damage numbers or ratios because you're gonna be overkilling everything anyways. Just make sure that so long as you're alive and so long as you're activating your active skills and so long as you're focusing on clearing and like, I'll be completely honest, with modern teams, with modern leaders, you basically can't die up until a certain point. So, and because of that, while you're basically in this extremely baby mode, it is very, very important that you take this time while you're playing this game to basically get down puzzle matching, down pat. Get used to the feel of orbs, basically just learn to identify patterns and stuff like that. And eventually it's basically going to become second hand to you, so yeah, take this time. Although it may feel like a grind, you're going to be getting a whole bunch of rewards thrown at your way anyways for clearing many of these like early game dungeons, so just reap the rewards and just get your practice in. It's very important. Like puzzling skill is actually so important to the point where it can make or break certain teams, and especially more important. It's especially more relevant for players with limited boxes, such as newer players, because you're gonna have to make do with lesser optimal units. And if you're gonna do that, then chances are you're gonna have to make up for some of it with your own personal skill. But anyways, that is something that is worth keeping an eye out for. So another thing that we were introduced to is, yeah, so plus points are basically what you can use to re-roll your super awakenings, which is basically this for our Hello Kitty over here. This question mark, you can actually re-roll these. And if you hover over this, you can basically see which like super awakening you have access to. It is random, but you cannot roll the same super awoken skill twice in a row. So if I were to have like this blind resist one at the far left corner, I cannot, if I rolled into that, then I cannot roll it again. So the next time that I roll my super awoken skill, it will only be, it will be like a 1 in 3 chance to get either one of the tape resist or one of these like dungeon boosts or that multi-attribute attack bonus. So there is that, but you can quickly find yourself in a spot where you're basically dumping thousands of plus points trying to reroll for a specific one. So my recommendation when you're starting out is just, most of these are not bad to have. So if you're going to be spending plus points on improving on rerolling your super awoken skills, unless you know exactly what you're doing and your team is fine without unless you know exactly what you're doing, feel free to roll it once and just leave it as is. Until you have easier access to plus points, it's fine to just roll it once and just leave it as is. if it's something that's incredibly useless to you, like say a dungeon bonus, you can optionally roll it one more time because you know that whatever you roll next is not going to be that dungeon boost. But don't spend all your plus points trying to chase a specific Super Awakening because you are going to go bankrupt really quick. At this stage of the game, at least. Eventually, you unlock ways to basically farm plus points much more easily. But at that point, you're basically just going to be molding for a different reason because you're going to be dumping... You're going to be spending like minutes trying to roll for a specific Awoken skill. But anyways. So another thing that we have access to is Latent Awakenings. Latent Awakenings let you fuse Latent Tamadras with certain monsters to unlock up to 6 Latent Awoken skills. You do not get Latent Awoken skills until you get to mid-game, so we don't really have to focus too much on that section right now. So just know that it exists, and they look like these. It looks like a Tamadra holding an egg, and there's like a special icon that indicates what type of Latent Awakening it is. So it looks like these, just know that they exist, and they will basically show up in this tab over here. No, in this tab over here, along with your other Tamadras. Until you know what you're doing, just hold on to them, especially if you're a pad pass owner right from day one. Yeah, just hold on to them. They are handy, but you need to know exactly when you should be using them and who to put them on. We'll cover that later. And what else do we do? Yeah, so Tamadras are easily farmable and used to awaken your units. Don't bother awakening units you're not planning on using, and I'll feel like you'll have, like, you might be tempted because you have like 100, or like if you clear like a certain dungeon, like a story mode, you're gonna be given like 1,000 Tamadras, and you're gonna think that you're not gonna run out of those. You can run out of those if you just decide to awaken like units in your box nilly-willy. So, I'm not saying don't awaken units. Like if you think that your team might benefit from having a unit and you want to try something out, feel free to just awaken that unit and actually try experimenting with it. A big part of the game is about experimenting with different team comps and stuff like that. So by all means, go ahead and do that. But don't go and try to awaken everything in your box just for completionist sakes until you have access to until you have like easier access to Tamadras, because if you're out of it, it can get annoying to farm in the early game. Like you'll have a lot, but just use them smart, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You start with a large stockpile, but you can burn through that pretty quickly. If you choose to waste it. So Super Snow Globes is not easily farmable, but can be traded for regular Snow Globes. Use the Limit Break and Super Limit Break your units. Do not Super Limit Break under any circumstances at this stage of the game. There are literally 0 benefits, and you could use those 5 Snow Globes and billion coins to Limit Break 5 other units and have enough gold to feed your entire box multiple times over. And do not use as regular monster EXP fodder, although they are worth 6 million feed EXP each. Do not be tempted. Super Snow Globes are worth way more than the 6 million EXP if used properly for limit breaking. And transforming units cannot limit break. That's just one thing to keep in mind for endgame team building. The King Metal Dragon, it's fairly easily farmable. You can just use it to you can basically just use it to feed your units for EXP at this stage of the game. And do note that different monsters take different amounts of EXP to get to level 99. We call these EXP curves, but the most common one is basically 4 million. And we saw that with Reach Kitty, where to get to level 99, it required 4 million EXP. That's basically what I'm talking about. And using one King Metal Dragon, basically, it's pretty much guaranteed to be worth either 4.5 million or 6 million because of the Great or Super Enhancement bonuses. So just keep that in mind. So any of the units that you want to work on, it's pretty much safe to just use a King Metal Dragon, is what I'm trying to say. To basically get to level 99. And Jewel, somewhat easily farmable, used to evolve your monsters, not a bad idea to trade for missing ones. And by trade, I mean there are ways to trade with other players, and that's only for things like evolution materials and stuff like that, okay? You cannot trade expensive... okay. You cannot trade monsters that come up from the rare egg machines. So the trading system in this game is basically designed to allow you to trade farmables with other players, whether it be swapping latents or swapping or trading like uh, snow gloves for a different attribute, or whether it's like evolution materials, you want to swap them with like a different attribute. You might want to put up like a one-to-one trade or for stuff like that. For things like that, it's not a bad idea to have a couple friends that are active traders. Is basically what I'm trying to say. And you can also, if you choose to go the alt route, you can also choose to um trade materials with your alt as well. And monster points, you'll get these for clearing normal technical dungeon floors, and do not spend any of it unless you have a plan and a team that's missing that 1 MP monster. Evo materials and enhancement materials are stupidly overpriced, and the most important units cost hundreds of thousands of to millions of EXP. What I'm talking about in terms of monster points is over here. If you go into the shop, you can go to purchase monster. Purchase monster lets you buy certain monsters using monster points. You can obtain monster points through the sell monsters feature of the monster tab. You might be tempted to sell off monsters you get from the rare egg machine, but do not do it. Because the prices for these things are stupid expensive. Like, for example, you can get one of these evolution masks for like 2 stamina each or something like that. It's really cheap. And it costs 1,000 monster points. And that's basically worth like at least 1 stone. That's basically worth like 1 stone. And later on in the end game, when you have like 500 plus stamina, it quickly becomes not worth it. And especially because rare egg machines, and one of the main differences is you could equate it straight to like stone costs, but you also have to remind yourself that you can farm for these specific evolution materials very easily. But if you want to roll another copy of whatever monster that you sold from the rare egg machine, you might put yourself in a position where you might end up having to roll like hundreds of stones worth to get that extra copy. So don't be tempted, and just favorite everything that comes out from the rare egg machine. Trust me, it's gonna save you a lot of time and sanity. It's gonna save you a lot of sanity later. There's many cases of when MP monsters first came out where people were just emptying their boxes to get specific units, only to find out that they got power crept like not that long in the future, and it was devastating to a bunch of players' boxes. So to avoid a repeat of that happening again, yeah, please don't sell anything that you get from the REM. Just favorite them and just play around with them. Yeah, these units are friends, not fodder. So these are stupidly expensive. Like, for example, these peas worth 50,000 monster points. You can farm them for like 30 stamina each when there's events up. It's stupid cheap. Plus cards get buffs and plus cards and get buffs or new evos right after you sell them. That's also so true. Yeah. Just know that whenever you sell off or trade away the last copy of a card that you own, it's gonna get buffed in like the next week. So I'm just saying, don't do it. So one thing that I will say is you will get, as a new player, as you clear normal and technical dungeons, you will get like 4 million monster points. It's gonna feel like a lot because it is, but don't spend them unless you know exactly what you're doing, with the exception of one card, which I'll get into soon. And that one card is Odin Dragon. Other than this card, you're gonna want to bank the rest of your monster points because there's gonna be like some of these monster point units are actually like super valuable. Like for example, Calamity Dragon Homage is actually incredibly valuable, but it costs 4 million MP. But but units like Odin Dragon are extremely versatile, and I'll show them more later, but because it's a steep MP investment cost, you don't want to spend this nilly-willy. Because after the initial like influx of like the 4 million points that you get for clearing like normal and technical dungeons, you're gonna quickly find yourself in a drought of plus points for a very long time unless you are the type to spend money and buy bundles. Or Pad Pass user. Long-term Pad Pass users basically get a stipend of like 500,000 monster points every month if you're subscribed to pad pass for 5 months in a row. Well, for at least 5 months in total. Not necessarily in a row. But yeah, if you're not spending money on this game, monster points are very hard to come by, so I would not recommend just buying these nilly-willy. Because there may come a time where you might want to pick up a special one of these units for like a specific dungeon. It's very rare, but it can happen. In those cases, you want to make sure that you have like a surplus. You want to have a stock of monster points to always work off of. And there's also cases where certain special collabs and events might also introduce to you like a new type of unit or something like that. Hello Kitty Remdra is more for like collection purposes, but if you want one of these units, it's gonna cost you 860,000 monster points. So it's quite a steep investment for collection purposes, but if you want to go down that route, then you have the option to, but you always want to make sure that you have MP to spend just in case. You don't want to spend everything just in one go. The people who gutted their boxes for MP before Monster Exchange came around got really screwed. They did. Yeah. And that's basically a lesson that everybody is learning right now as well. It's because all the units that we thought were just trade fodders, like the outdated units, are actually getting like new evolutions, splitting evolutions that suddenly make them like meta again. They're getting like new equips and stuff like that. So, your units are more valuable than you think. So don't gut your box, don't sell off anything, and be careful with the resources. And don't spend something just because you think you have a lot of it, because there's a pretty decent chance that getting more of it is going to become an extremely difficult task. Or, like, super time-gated as well. In the case of monster points, it's very much time-gated. And so I basically gave my explanations on why you should consider getting certain units like Odin Dragons, Shiva Dragons, and even Raw Dragons if you're running Rainbow teams. But I'll leave this rundown for anyone that wants to read through it yourself. If you're in a position where you might want to consider getting these, because in order for you to get the 300,000 monster points to get these, it's you're gonna have to clear out a bunch of normal technical dungeons first. I'll be doing most of the grinding off stream because it's just a mindless grind. But also, you won't be able to evolve these units to your desired form immediately because it's a very long and convoluted evolution path. Featuring like gems, specific monsters that you have to get from specific descents. And for the final evolution, for the most useful version of this Odin Dragon, you have to clear out the dungeon form. You have to clear out a special like solo only Odin Dragon dungeon, where killing the boss will basically give you one of its gems and you can use it to evolve it. This thing cannot be tackled with just any random team that you're going to be throwing together. And this is more of a mid to late game investment, something that you will work towards slowly over time. But it is an option for spending monster points. But by the time that you have to think about it, you're probably going to be done most of the normal technical dungeons. But there are a couple of monsters that you should keep on your radar. Like Shiva Dragons are used for endgame farming, but you need 3 of these, so that's an investment of 900,000 points. But the evolution process for Shiva Dragons is also extremely annoying. And a lot of people just like lose their minds just trying to get like the 3 Shiva Dragons evolved. Yeah, it's something to consider for later, but it's definitely not something that you should consider right now. Okay, I didn't really color code this properly, but okay. Yeah, so the way that I somewhat color coded this is basically all the stuff that you should read over is basically in blue, and everything and like side notes and like addendums are basically in like yellow. But yeah, feel free to read through these. But for now, just focus on stocking up on your monster points, but don't use them for anything. Until you know exactly what you're doing, because these dungeons are probably gonna whoop you multiple times if you don't know what you're doing. and the main focus for team building for early game is basically going to be making sure that you have an easy to use leader skill and something that's okay. Okay, yeah, this is actually the next part immediately coming up. So we already covered so I briefly touched on how damage works, which is basically by using like your awoken skills. You don't need to focus too hard on how this works. Just know that the more awoken skills you activate, the higher your damage goes at this point. And do note that most of them stack multiplicatively with each other. So, for example, with the case of Rish Kitty we have right now, she has 3 of these attribute enhanced attacks. So if I were to attack with 3 attributes, then this thing would basically, like, each of these multiplies damage by 2.5 times. So it would basically be 2.5 times times 2.5 times times 2.5 times. So if you have a unit with like a lot of these damaging like awoken skills, you can quickly find out that their damage scales like exponentially very quickly. And modern units basically rely on that to basically hit like the integer cap, so 2 billion damage. Yes, modern damage numbers do go up that high. So so that's that that you should keep in mind, but you don't need to know about the details of how much damage you're going to be pumping out at this stage of the game, and even for mid game when you're going to be tackling arenas, because you're going to be overkilling the vast majority of everything that you encounter anyways. It matters more for late game where you have to actually calculate roughly how much billions of damage your team is able to output per turn. But that's something for later. Just for now, just assume that if you can activate your leader skill, things are gonna die. Are the MP Gem Dragons only available rarely without Pad Pass? Yes, unfortunately, they are on rotation. I'm not exactly sure how often they rotate, but it's one of the reasons why Pad Pass is so good to have, is because you basically get access to all the dungeons on rotation at any time, pretty much. Fresh dungeons are generally not available for Pad Pass, but they get updated in a maintenance like a few weeks out. I currently don't even have I can't even view some of them because I don't have the maximum stamina to actually see any of those descents and stuff like that right now, but yeah, we'll get to that soon. You can't you just straight up can't see any dungeons you don't have the maximum stamina to run. And the most common stamina costs denominators are basically 50 stamina and like 99 stamina. 50 staminas are for most descents, or you're gonna get like boss monsters that you can use for like evolving your other units. And the 100 stamina dungeons are generally the more difficult endgame descents, or ones that feature, or some of the longer dungeons which have a more mixed loot pool. But those are for mid and late game. And hello Zebrafish. Okay, so yeah, the TLDR for how damage works at this stage of the game is lots of things stack multiplicatively, but the detailed way that damage scales is important for late game damage needs. You'll be heavily overkilling everything up to mid game, so no need to worry too much about this just yet. And just know that leader skills scale multiplicatively with each other for HP, attack, and recovery, and understand how each of these damage awakenings are activated to promote synergy in your team. So if you're gonna be running something like a rainbow team, right? Then you're gonna be wanting to basically run multiple units that have synergizing damage skills, or skills that are awoken skills that are easy to work off of. Like for example, enhanced fire combos, like this thing, right? Attack increases for fire attribute with 2+ fire combos. This thing scales with the more fire combos you match. And so that means you're probably going to be wanting to focus on using subs that generate a lot of fire orbs on your team. But if you're going to be doing that, then your board is going to be filled up with mostly fire orbs, so your chances are you're probably not going to be able to activate leader skills such as 5 attack, enhanced attacks, because you can't guarantee that you're going to have 5 attributes on the board, or even some of your units might actually convert away some of the attributes you need to activate this at all. So just keep that in mind and try to work synergy into your teams. Like some of the more synergistic damaging skills are the combo related ones, like the 7C and the 10C ones, because combos are something that you're gonna be getting naturally by just solving your boards anyways. So these are pretty organic, and it's basically free damage for whatever teams you put them on. But for things like L unlocks, where your damage goes up for matching like an L shape, um, like for example, like literally an L shape like this, and there's also the cross awakenings, which is basically by making like a cross shape like that. Where is cross? Cross. Excuse me, I'm a little bit blind right now. Anyways, there is a cross awakening. Wait, where is it? What row is it on? I'm so blind right now. Huh? This one here. Cross attack. Attack increases and darken orb surges is reduced by 3 turns with a cross of 5 orbs and the same attribute as this monster. Where's my awakening, right? Yeah, because like if you're using monsters with like if you're mixing like L's and crosses on your team, it's kind of hard to fit both on the team, especially if you're mixing them of the same attribute. Like team building becomes really restrictive because if you try to split these up, you'll quickly find that the board space that you have to work with gets consumed by like these L's and crosses very quickly, and it gets harder and harder to match. So try to work with synergy and try to stick to like a specific archetype. So like you might be going for like rainbows, you might be going for L's, you might be going for crosses in a specific team. Just try to make sure that your units synergize with one another. When it comes to like orb generation, stuff like that too. Like for example, if you're making a team with like if you're making like a Reach Kitty team, right? If you're running like a rainbow team like that, then chances are you probably don't want to bring units with active skills that convert away specific orb types, because that's gonna break your leader skill activation. So just keep that kind of stuff in mind. So the thing that you want to prioritize right now is basically making sure that you have leader skills that synergize with one another. This is more important if you're going to be running asymmetrical leads. As in like you're going to be running one type of leader and your friend is going to be a different one. If you're going to be running symmetrical leads, then your leader skills are obviously going to be synergizing with one another regardless. So that's not something to worry about, but yeah, it's something to keep in mind. What other thing in the document should we go over? Yeah, and as for how to improve your units, we already went over this. You can basically level a unit up to 99 or 110 if you were to limit break it, and it can go up to 120 with super limit break, but you should not do that. Awakenings are the ones listed on the right-hand side, and you can basically press and hold to find out exactly what every single one of them does. The descriptions of most of them are pretty straightforward, but if you want, for the damaging ones, it's kind of vague. So for that, I would actually recommend checking out this infograph over here. It was created by Feather in September 2021. Feather is a member of the pad community, much more active on the subreddit and pad Discord, I believe. Yeah. And this is basically one of the many player-created resources that we have access to. And Latent Awakenings, you won't need to use these until mid-game, and you won't even have access to most of these until mid-game unless you are a Pad Pass owner. And skill-ups are done by running skill-up dungeons. Run skill-up dungeons or use Ps obtained from arenas or event exchanges. Some units also have evolutions that have like skill levels of like 1. Have a max skill level like 1, which you cannot like skill up at all. It's really unit dependent. You can always check what the max skill level is by just pressing and hovering over the skill. By pressing and hovering over the skill when you're viewing the card, it gives you like your current level and max level and how many turns it takes, and your current level and what it can go down to when it's maxed out. And assist monsters, some units have an Equip Awakening on their first slot, and these can be assisted onto other units, and the Assist Awakenings will be added to the base monster's Awakenings. So what I'm talking about for that one is Gudetama. So Gudetama is one example of an equip of an assist monster, where its first awakening in the column of awakenings is gonna be an awoken assist. This monster's awoken assist will be granted to a monster if it assists. And this is like a mechanic that you unlock at like rank like 90 or something like that. You'll get to it like very quickly by just clearing a couple of dungeons. But what this does is basically by assisting a monster onto another one, these set of awakenings are granted to the base monster. And this active skill is granted on top of the base monster. By that, I don't mean that both of the skills go off at the same time. I mean that once the base skills monster reaches its max, once the base skills monster's active is charged up, it will start overflowing and still start charging up the next monster's the assisted monster's active skill. This matters more for cases where you might want to purposely inherit a unit with a better active skill, or you might want to avoid using the inherited active or you might want to avoid using the assisted unit's skill, so you might want to burn an active early on so that doesn't happen in case you need your base monster skill at a certain point in the dungeon. So there are strategies around them, and there are some monsters with like really good awoken skills that have really low cooldown and terrible active skills to basically balance it out in a way, I guess. It's Gung Ho's way of balancing. Don't question it too much. I guess a 50 stamina requirement for skill leveling collab dungeons is pretty steep in the really early game. It is. But one nice thing to consider is the fact that these limited time dungeons, right? They run for like 2 weeks at a time. These collabs. So there is ample time for players to run these, and especially because the first time clear for normal and technical dungeons are basically just freebies anyways. So so you basically have like a bunch of stamina at your disposal that's not tied to your progression, is what I'm trying to say. And you can use that to basically grind up your normal and technical dungeons. And when you have spare stamina, you can basically just run like a gold dragon infestation, get some feed EXP going, and then once you're out of stamina, you can just run normal and technical dungeons until you can rank up, and then refresh your stamina bar and repeat over and over again. Kind of something like that. So there are ways to be smart with your stamina. Just know that when you rank up, your stamina bar refreshes up to your stamina limit. It does not. It's different from a stamina refresh you get from stoning and watching an ad, where you can overflow. Rank up stamina refreshes only cap you off until you reach maximum stamina. So if you feel that you're pretty close to like ranking up or something like that, then find a way to burn it effectively. Whether it be running like a Friday dungeon, like a weekday dungeon for getting evolution mats, or for just stocking up on like feed XP and whatnot. I forgot the first time clears in normal dungeons are free now. First time clears in normal dungeons and technical dungeons are both free, I believe. No, technical dungeons are not. It's only for normal dungeons, you're right. Yeah. So you could basically do that to like clear technical dungeons and a mix of normal dungeons. Use normal dungeons to rank up. And then yeah, just burn through stamina, and you'll find yourself like while you're doing the normal dungeon grind. If you want to do it in one sitting, it's gonna take a good couple hours. It's gonna take time. But we'll get to what dungeons you should be clearing a little bit later. So, and some awakenings also serve dual purposes, improving damage while also providing utility. So the Ellen lock removes any locks and lock skyfalls, crosses, clear stickies, blindfalls, and stuff like that. But this is more stuff that's going to be thrown at you in the mid game, and you're going to want to consider bringing some of these through either assists or through base units. Once they start appearing in the dungeons that you run. But until then, just know that some of these awakenings serve a dual purpose, and there are reasons to consider bringing a couple of them. Just for the sake of utility and not necessarily for increasing your team's damage. And so working with a limited box, we're about to go into this. So your main goal with your first team you use to clear normals and technical dungeons is to have the following: an easy to use leader skill. So rainbow leaders are really good for this because they're not particularly orb hungry. And the early normal technical dungeons are kind of a mindless grind, so you could also just offer a leader skill with a static multiplier for a certain attribute or type and just quickly solve your way through that part. Let me just quickly see if I actually have any examples of what I'm talking about over there. Fortunately, they reduced the 7th floor dungeons to 5 and the 5 floor dungeons to 3, I think. They will still take a solid chunk of time. Yeah, it used to be an even bigger grind, but they definitely made it a lot easier. Okay, so this is basically what I'm talking about. So Kirimi-chan, 2.5 times HP and 18 times attack for water attribute or move time plus 5 seconds. Adds 2 combos and inflicts 1 damage with 6 plus linked water orbs. So this 18 times attack for water attributes is not tied to any, like, orb matching condition. So you could technically just match, like, one match of blue, and then it's basically gonna be multiplied by, like, 18 times. It's just that easy. So like, some leaders are built like that, and for mindless grind where it's just, like, super really easy content, you might want to opt for using leaders like this, where you don't have to, where you can minimize the amount of puzzling and time spent in a dungeon just because it's kind of boring. But for now, I would recommend just picking up, like, whatever fun leaders that you think of and trying to mess around with this leader skills and whatnot, just getting consistent activations and just solving the puzzle board. I'm gonna be going into how to solve puzzle boards in the next section, like right next. That's my next category, but for now, yeah, prioritize easy to use leader skill. Make sure you have plenty of movement time. Great opportunity to practice solving boards in early game and your endless arena to lessen dependency on move time, awakenings, and or the badge. So there are various different ways you can extend your move time. One of them is through the leader skill, like, for example, Kirimi-chan over here. Or move time plus 5 seconds. It's hard coded into the leader skill, so your base movement time is basically 5 seconds. And with Kirimi-chan, or you can bump that up to 10, and if you have 2 Kirimi-chans as leaders, then you can bump that up to 15 seconds. That is quite a bit of time to move around with. And now I kind of get why I should consider trading for Norzakitty, but I'll hold that thought for later. Plenty of movement time, great opportunity to practice solving boards in early game and in this arena to lessen your dependency on move time awakenings. Avoid transforming leaders. At this stage of the game, you won't have access to some of the better skill boost units, which are crucial for getting your transformations up early. And these teams feel terrible to play until your leaders are transformed, and this also extends to units with evolving skills on long cooldowns. So try to avoid transforming units unless you have the skill boost to basically get the transformations up on turn 1. And at this stage of the game, that's probably not possible without some really janky workaround, so I would not recommend attempting that just yet. Just stick to simple leaders, and just, like, at this point in the game, simple is best. You're just gonna want to spend the time just learning to solve boards and stuff like that, so just keep it simple. Keep it simple. And avoid 7x6 leaders. As a new player, 7x6 boards are kind of overwhelming, and these units typically have weaker leader skills and or actives to compensate for the larger board size. So stick to regular 6x5 boards for now. You will eventually get experience with solving, like, 7x6 boards, but for now it's not a priority. If you know how to solve 6x5 boards really well, you can translate that skill into solving 7x6 boards much more easily. The only thing is, doing the opposite is kind of awkward. Because if you start off by learning how to solve a 7x6 board, you can develop some really awkward puzzle solving matches because you have a lot more room and it's a lot more forgiving. Like, for example, in a 6x5 space, there's a lot less room to move around because you only have 30 moves to work, 30 orbs to work with. But 7x6 basically multiplies your real estate and room to screw up by like 1.5 times because it's 42 orbs, 7x6. So you should basically just learn to develop a solid puzzling foundation by just playing with 6x5s. It's probably the board size you're gonna be encountering the most often anyway, so it's good to get a good handle of solving 6x5 boards, and the different ways you can incorporate like L's, crosses, and stuff like that. Though unfortunately, Kirami-chan will need to gain 15 skill levels, so you probably need to get a grind a bit to get those before the collab is gone. I don't mind grinding off stream. If I'm doing any grinding off stream, I'm gonna be taking detailed notes on exactly what I did and the reasons why. I think for the sake of this account, I might not go Kirami-chan. I might trade for one copy of Remu Kitty. And I might try to go for the long grind and getting triple Shiva Dragons up instead. It's kind of masochistic because of how much of a grind it actually is to get that completed, but this isn't for mid game, by the way. This is me preparing in advance because I know what's coming up in the late game. I might consider doing that, but I do not recommend doing that for other players, and the reason for that is coming up soon. So who to roll for? Who you roll for is dependent on the active rem. Don't forget that you're not guaranteed to get any of these units due to a lack of hard pity, so learning to be flexible with your team building is crucial. So one thing to note is that there is a Shiva Dragon meta right now which relies on having a powerful fire leader. At the time of recording, the Sanrio collab is ongoing and the Remu Kitty is the unit from this rem that can run such a team. But this is for the end game and also costs 900,000 monster points, and by the time you reach it, there will likely be better options. Power creep moves fast in this game, but thankfully this also means that older dungeons get more accessible over time. So, especially for newer players that are taking this at a more leisurely pace, chances are by the time you actually get to unlocking and being able to clear the Shiva Dragon dungeon, there's probably going to be better fire leads than Remu Kitty. So you don't have to force yourself to trade for it if you don't know what you're doing, especially because this investment is something that's going to be paying off after several months, most likely, for most players. So yeah, and within those several months, there's gonna be multiple collabs, multiple reruns, and stuff like that. So there's no reason to make such a hasty decision right now, which is why I'm not really trading for anything immediately on stream. Because I know what's coming up, and it's not a priority. While Shiva Dragons are probably accessible at most times overall, and not just specific to the Sanrio collab, like Jeremy Chan, so overall, so probably better for guide purposes. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's one of those cases where, like I mentioned this before, where you shouldn't really be worried about power creep because all that does is make older dungeons easier to access. And this includes, Shiva Dragon teams. Because Shiva Dragon, what it does is, Shiva Dragon is a systemable set of units, and by systemable I mean that you can basically use its actives over and over again every single turn by having 3 of them, because its skill turn cooldown is 3 turns. And what it basically does is it basically creates 2 rows of fire orbs which you can swipe and immediately basically activate the leader skill of your choosing. And this makes for some extremely brain dead playthroughs. And it's really nice because it's consistently high damage, it generates orbs, and it's basically like very low effort. And because of those 2 rows of generated fire orbs, you basically only have to solve like 3 rows on top of that. So you only have to solve like a 3x6 or a 6x3 board. So it's a really nice unit. But there's always new units coming out that can pilot this team just as effectively. So there's no rush. But yeah, so Shiva Dragon in its current state is able to farm basically almost all of endgame at this stage, except for like the latest and greatest dungeon, which is UN2. It can be done, but it's not consistent. But it is consistent for a lot of the other endgame dungeons. So it's not a terrible thing to invest in, but it's not a priority right now. And trading for Remu Kitty is definitely not a priority right now. The reason for that is because if you want to trade for a specific unit in by using the monster exchange, right? You need to use, oh yeah, another thing I would recommend is filter this and prioritize monster. I mean order and do exchange priority. and that basically just filters everything that you actually can trade for to the very top, and everything that you can't trade for at the very bottom. So it makes it easier to navigate. The reason why is because it costs 5 of these high rarity units to exchange for 1 copy of a better unit. Now, if you have a specific team in mind, it's fine, but for a new player with a fresh box, um it's gonna be very difficult for you to put together a cohesive team with just whatever you have until you decide to roll more from different limited rems from more Godfest and stuff like that. And once your box gets a little bit more fleshed out, you can start mixing and matching pieces too. You can start mixing and matching pieces to basically put together a more cohesive team. But especially with a new player account, if you don't have a lot of dupes, like a lot of copies for that you're willing to trade away, you can find yourself in a spot where you accidentally traded away more copies than you should have, and you might be short a unit, and that might actually just screw you up royally, just because you chased one specific card that you may or may not have needed. So for new players, I would recommend against trading for the most part. And that includes trading for Remu Kitty, which could be used for piloting Shiva Dragon teams. It could be, but we know that there's going to be other leaders that can pilot the Shiva Dragon team in a couple of months anyway, so there's no hard priority right now. Just make sure that you try to have a bigger box, as big of a box as possible, so that you have more options to work with. And if you have the time, like if you're just bored, I would also recommend basically just going over each of these units and just checking out its different forms, its active skills, checking out what kind of different skills it has. Like this one is removes orbs locks but has HP, changes to bottom rows to water orbs, and it's on a 3-turn cooldown. Oh wow, so if it's on a 3-turn cooldown, then what happens if I were to put in 3 of these Kirami-chans together in a team? Like, then that means I can basically run Shiva Dragon, but Water Edition. Stuff like that. Basically just keep an eye out for units with like very low active skill cooldowns because you might be able to like system them. Like for example, Daytona Kurumi. When transformed, skilled cooldown is now 3 turns. Pierce through damage, enemies damage for 1 turn and pierces orbs locks and creates 4 light orbs at random. Oh wow, so if I were to have 3 of these, then I can basically create 4 light orbs at random. But I also noticed that Kurumi also needs 2 light combos to activate her leader skill, which means that just 4 light orbs does not guarantee my leader skill activation, so maybe that's not the best idea to have only Kirami-chans, because if I were to system them, I might still be short on light orbs. Like, kind of things like that. And just make sure, and for some of these units, like, and for some of these units, you might actually want to not do matching pairings. Like, for example, this Great Witch of the Open and Hello Kitty. 7x6 board, 20 times attack and house damage with 8 plus combos. Add 3 combos for each group of 6 linked orbs. 35 times attack and reduce damage by 70% with 14 plus combos. Oh wow, so this leader skill actually can work together, but Magical Boost fully recovers Bind and including Awoken Bind and Unmatchable status and has 5 combos for 1 turn. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. It doesn't really generate orbs that that my team would actually need to deal more damage, so it's kind of a mixed bag. So maybe I don't want to match up 2 of these together. Like there's different options that you can there's different ways you can think about it, but we'll get more into intricate team building later on. But for now, sticking to easy to use leader skills, static HP multipliers or rainbow leaders are probably my recommendations to basically get started right now. Row leaders, which require more orb generation, are not difficult to pilot, but they have a stricter team building requirement. Yeah, so yeah, just try to focus on doing something like Remu not Remu Kitty. I'm hyperfixated on Remu Kitty for some reason. Like Reach Kitty, because reduces damage by 60%, adds 1 combo when 3 plus attributes attack. So, and 22 times damage and adds 2 plus combos when 4 plus linked water orbs. So for bulk, Reach Kitty basically doesn't need to Reach Kitty basically cannot die so long as you match 3 plus attributes, because her damage reduction component is basically tied to that. And if you want to deal damage, like if you don't want to stall, then you just have to match 4 plus linked water orbs, which you can easily save. And the evolution of Reach Kitty is basically like orb move time fixed at 15 seconds. So no matter what the enemies do to you, or no matter how many extend move times you bring, your orb move time will not budge from 15 seconds at all. It inflicts 3 million damage with 5 plus combos and 24 times an attack, reduces damage by 70% when 4 plus attributes attack. These these leader skills are pretty flexible, and yeah, attacking with 4 plus attributes is generally okay so long as you bring like a decently low cooldown board changer. But for the most part, you probably won't die if you just didn't bring any orb converters. But yeah, stick to easy to use leader skills and just get practicing. So should I roll for X? I saw this card show up on a multiple tier list. So tier lists are a commonly talked about topic, and unfortunately, a lot of people interpret them in the wrong way. And unfortunately, with the really endgame dungeons, you also need a variety of really strong assists too. Yeah, so that's also another thing. So in a lot of cases, tier lists are absolutely completely useless to most players because it's only for the absolute bleeding edge dungeons. Because like I said about power creep, most of the older dungeons get much easier fairly quickly. These tier lists are only for consistent clears of the most difficult dungeons using ideal player performance. So using ideal play and the absolute ideal team comps. So these team comps are, and so these tier lists are also generally based off of the Japanese server. And we don't always get access to every single unit that Japan gets because of collab licensing restrictions and stuff like that. So sometimes these tier lists are straight up misleading because we don't have core units that Japanese players are putting into like every single team. And there's also the fact that for a lot of newer gameplay, for a lot of like early game players, our boxes are not nearly fleshed out enough to even get started with like the template versions of some of these teams. So don't worry about tier lists. Just think about why such teams are so powerful. Take notes on them and if you understand why these teams are powerful, then you can basically piece together like, oh, then in this template team I could replace this with with something like this instead, and or you might look at a team comp and then realize that, oh, this unit is actually used in like all these Japanese teams and we don't have this collab, and we haven't ever had this collab before, so it's probably not going to be making it over into our region. Well, in that case, then maybe you should not be looking at that unit with that high of a tier list, at that high of a tier, because yeah, tier lists don't transition perfectly from Japan to North America, so don't worry about tier lists. And it doesn't really matter because you only have your own box to work with anyways. So all you're gonna want to do is just make the most cohesive team that you can put together, with the addition of like maybe a friend that's willing to put up like any assist or lane for you. But you gotta work with what you have. Don't get baited by foam because you can end up spending a lot of money on that. Totally didn't happen to me. But yeah. Don't worry. Like I said, one of the things that's really nice about this game is the fact that a lot of the endgame materials, all the materials that you need to basically power up your monsters all the way to its peak, like its absolute min-max potential, is attainable in the early to mid game, just at a slight efficiency cost. So don't worry too much about it. You can end up playing with like the shiniest and greatest toys. You just might not have the most ideal team for it, and that's totally fine. The latest and greatest dungeons generally offer rewards just more efficiently than previously. It's rare that they ever offer you something that's absolutely crucial for team building. Um, so you don't really have to worry about not being able to clear like any dungeon past like a couple of the arenas. So no worries about that. And especially because Puzzle and Dragons is basically shifting in an interesting direction where some of the limited time dungeon, not limited time dungeons, where collaborative dungeons like these limited time events stuff, is basically coming with like an extra difficult version of uh, it's basically comes with like an arena version of it, which is basically like which is basically like a semi-long dungeon with um stricter team building requirements, and these monsters actually hit you back pretty hard. But if you clear them, they give you like a lot of really good rewards, and they're significantly easier than a lot of what the endgame dungeons. Yeah, they're significantly easier than a lot of the current endgame dungeons. And because they offer like comparative rewards, while some of these dungeons are up, you may want to try to build around trying to clear those instead. But yeah, like there's no reason to maul over not being able to clear the latest and greatest content. It's challenging for a reason. Otherwise, it's gonna be nobody wants a game that's too easy, right? But yeah, don't worry too hard about it. And do you need to reroll? No, and for the sake of this demonstration, I will not be rerolling this account. There are plenty of farmable teams that can clear up to late game content, and many players get drawn to path through their collabs. Feel free to reroll for your favorite units, and if the account deletion process, as the account deletion process is fast. And the account deletion option you can basically find by going to your other setting, and at the very bottom over here, this thing will permanently delete your account. After you click through a bunch of confirmations, it will delete your account completely. It does not have like a 24-hour waiting period like some other games do. I seriously think that pad should bring some kind of feature like that in it, just in case someone were to like steal your account or something like that, maliciously. Yeah, this process is irreversible because it completely wipes your player data from the Gung Ho servers, so they can't even Gung Ho can't even, and won't restore it for you. So yeah, but if you want to just reroll your account, the delete account process is actually like super nice. You do know that you will have to re-download the entirety of pad again. Just the big batch of like data you download at the very start, which is like roughly 2 gigabytes of data. So if you're on a fast internet connection, then you can use this to like reroll accounts like fairly quickly to just get the units that you want. But yeah, for the most part, you don't really need to reroll. Just stick to whatever you want. Just chase your favorite units that look pretty or whatever. It might be a little bit of a hot take, but it's better to just start off with like a mediocre box and just learn to work with what you have and just develop stronger team building skills and stuff like that, rather than spending all your time and getting frustrated over not being able to reroll the specific comp that someone is recommending to you. And yeah, and just not getting started with the game at all because you end up getting hyper focused and trying to min max your start. It's not worth it. You get a ton of stones just by playing. You get a bunch of rolls. You're gonna be introduced to a bunch of different units from different collabs and stuff like that. Don't worry about rerolling. Just learn to play the game, because you don't want to. Because another thing is, like, you don't even know if you're gonna enjoy pad or not. I'm shilling the crap out of pad, but the reality of the situation is, if you don't like the core gameplay loop of Puzzle and Dragons, then you really don't want to find yourself in a situation where you end up spending like hours and hours trying to reroll for the perfect start, only to find out that you don't really like the game in the first place at all, or the rerolling process itself might have also contributed to that like negative emotion as well, right? So yeah, I would not recommend rerolling too hard. Maybe a couple of times, or if you're running like blue stacks, you could set up a couple instances and just pick out whichever one you like the best, the ones with like maybe like the most diamond eggs or something like that. That's fine, but really don't bother rerolling too much of it. Maybe reroll for the duration of like a movie if you really want to reroll for it, but honestly, like, it's really not that important. With a limited box anyways, you don't really have that many options to begin with, and a collab or a special rem where you can put together a completely cohesive team with just the units from that rem is extremely rare, but it's also one of the it's extremely rare, but it has happened before, but now is not one of those times. So don't worry too hard, don't stress too hard about rerolling. Just play the game. And who knows, if you decide to go down the path of making an alt account, right? You might find that your alt has better rolls than your main, and you might decide to swap over, and your main is now your alt or whatever. It's really up to you how you approach this game, but one thing that I will say is don't bother with making too many alts, because if you try to manage too many things at the same time, you're gonna fall into the same pitfall of like that every MMO player goes through eventually, where you have too many alts, and because you're scared of like missing out on efficiency, you spend way too much time trying to manage all of the alts at the same time, and then you end up burning out. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. What can we expect to see this tier list? I'm pretty sure he's just trolling you. Half of the stuff that Ramen says, or Azakui says in my chat, is basically like sarcasm, so don't worry too much about it. Don't worry about tier lists. Don't worry about tier lists. Tier lists are worthless unless you have infinite money to basically have like all the units in the game, and you are also a god of puzzling. Tier lists are basically emulating what is ideal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. So yeah, so which rem do I roll in? Godfest and Collab and limited rems are your priority. As a new player, you'll probably want to prioritize rolling in Godfest more, as you'll have a more long-term viable units this way, because as I mentioned, Godfest exclusive cards are more evergreen. I'm actually planning on one with Fantastic Wet and the others though. Won't get a month, so gotta plan it out. Yeah. But like I said, like these tier lists are gonna be for those with like the units that can actually run them, so just keep that in mind. Using all his personal friends. Yeah, if you need someone to pair with, it's not a bad idea to create an alt with a spare device or emulator and just reroll for the specific unit that you need. And you don't even have to reroll that hard, because if it's like one of the units you can trade for, you can basically just get all the diamond eggs, just trade all of them up into that specific unit that you need. Just feed it, limit break it, just reroll Super Awakenings, whatever, and just best friend yourself, and you can basically use that as a permanent unit that you can just pair with. Tier lists suck, but I will make one to gain traction. That's totally fair as well. And for returning players, you may have a box that works well with certain trades. This is a little bit of a different story for those with already developed boxes, or for returning players that already have fleshed out boxes. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Yeah, so for returning players, you might have a box that works well with certain trades. Like if you already have a bunch of dupes that you can trade up for specific units, or if you already have like Shiva Dragons, or if you have a team that can make Shiva Dragons easily, then you might want to consider trading for Remu Kitty so that you can get onto the Shiva Dragon hype train. But for most other players, for newer players, you shouldn't really bother trading yet, unless there's like a super standout card. But if there is like a super standout card, then people will tell you about it. Like one of the super standout cards, actually is, I considered trading early on for this. There is a unit called Algae Kitty. I consider trading for this. I might, but if I do, I will give the full explanation as to why I'm making this trade. But there are reasons for it, and I want to make sure that I explain the reasons behind every single trade, or every single trade that I make, because it's an extremely heavy investment, and if people just try to copy over what I do and not understand the reasoning behind why, you could end up with a very messed up box, because you try to replicate something that you are not ready for. And because of that, I am very hesitant to trade for anything at this stage of the game. But if I do, I will make a note about it and give an in-depth explanation as to why, and maybe even make a YouTube video about it. But at this current stage of the game, I'm not pressured to trade for anything just yet, but by next week when I host the next section, actually, I'll sit on it. I'll think about it until the end of the stream. I'll stream for like another hour as I basically just go over how to solve boards and what dungeons to clear. But for now, yeah, just assume that you don't really need to trade for anything because it's very box dependent. But there are. Okay, yeah, I'm stalling. No. If I do end up doing the trade, then I'll explain the reason why. But first of all, let's just go over how to solve boards. One of the reasons being to Little Twin Star is one of the trade fodder for it. Yeah, one of the reasons why I'm considering trading is because I have the option with how many trades I have, with how many fodders I rolled. Is if I were to trade for 2 algae kitties, I will be able to toss together a rainbow team, which is more flexible and can be worked around with much more easily. But also the fact that I already have a Reach kitty, which can basically act as my attribute absorption and attribute absorption void. Not necessarily damage absorption void, but I can get that with like a skill up monster from like something else. I will be purging most of my box, but most of these units are fairly I don't want to say useless. Most of these units don't really come together on a team quite perfectly just yet. Because a team with, for example, if I were to make a team with oops, with Reach Kitty and Dragon, then all I would need is like no, I would need a fire and dark unit to cover this last slot, and then I would be fine. But if I'm going the rainbow route, then I don't really need to go too hard into this because Reach Kitty has actually enough for clearing like everything up to like probably the early MDs as well. So the early late games. So I might make this trade. I might. But I'll sit on this decision for now. So the thing that we should be prioritizing right now is... Okay, how to solve boards is more open-ended, so I'll leave that until the very end. But for the dungeons to clear, your number one priority right now is going to be clearing normal dungeons. And you're going to be wanting to clear these up to and including Training Arena, because Training Arena is basically the point where normal dungeons like gets a significant spike in difficulty, and it's because it's an endgame dungeon. So don't worry about Training Arena, just clear everything up to it. And for technical dungeons, you're gonna be wanting to clear as many of these as you can. But chances are you're gonna be running into trouble the moment you start going into like the EX2-X numbers. Because that's when the monsters start hitting you a little bit harder. There's more mechanics being thrown at you. Yeah, so at that point, you're gonna find that your cookie cutter team that you've been using for everything else might not perform that well. And in that case, then you might want to switch things up around. But until then, you're gonna be fine. And by that point, you should also be able to unlock Ultimate Arena as well. And once you unlock Ultimate Arena, you're basically gonna be slowly transitioning yourself into the mid game. But that requires a different team building thinking method, I guess. So that's basically what I'm gonna be going over probably next week or the week after, because I have a feeling that next week I'm probably gonna be just going through like the normal technical dungeons and focusing more on getting like evolution materials and stuff like that. Oh, and one thing that I forgot to add to over here is the evolution material dungeons. And if you want to get materials for you to evolve your monsters and improve them, you're gonna be wanting to run the weekly dungeons. And the weekday dungeons are the ones such as it's like the Friday dungeon over here. So Friday dungeon is you can for every single dungeon you can basically see exactly what kind of monsters are being dropped in the dungeon by checking these out. So each of the weekday dungeons from Tuesday to Friday basically gives different evolution materials, and you're gonna want to try to grind out an even number of them, just so that you have a bunch of stuff to work with. Because a lot of these monsters actually only reach their power spike levels or only have their viable forms after you evolve them once or a couple times. So you're gonna want to try to stockpile as many of these evolution materials as you can. And yeah, endgame players generally have a decent stockpile of these so that you don't have to go out of your way to farm these, because they do drop as like extra material sometimes when you're running like endgame dungeons. But yeah, when you're starting out, you're basically starting out with a completely empty box, so you're gonna want to try to get in a bunch of these, as many of these runs as you can for the first couple of weeks. Pad Pass players have an advantage where you have all of these weekday dungeons available to you at any time. So if you were to find a new unit, you're short on a material, you can basically just go around the dungeon whenever you need. Which is why I would actually recommend getting Pad Pass if you're the type to spend money on games. Even if you're trying to play it for like, even if you're giving it a 1 month trial, right? It's like $9. It's worth trying out if you find yourself liking the puzzling mechanics of this game. Then it's not a bad idea to consider dropping $9 just as a 1 month trial run, and you'll quickly find out how much of a benefit that it actually is. For early game players and for players that are new to the game, the Pad Pass badge, which is the badge at the top left over here. This Pad Pass badge gives you 3 extra seconds of move time, which can help you when you're learning how to learning how to solve boards. And for endgame players, you get 5 extra team slots, which is incredibly valuable when you're basically at a point in the game where you're wanting to make a specific team for every single endgame dungeon, because team building requirements are very different then. But yeah, it's like Pad Pass has significant benefits for all players, both new and old. And that's also not even including the fact that Pad Pass is basically one of the most efficient ways you can get stones per dollar, because you're spending like $9 and you get 1 guaranteed stone every day, and you also save countless stamina with all the different materials that it gives you from all its daily dungeons. So it saves a lot of time and materials. If you were to spend money on this game, which I would highly recommend Pad Pass doing. So just try playing the game for a couple of days, and if you find that you actually like the core gameplay mechanic of just and you find that like moving orbs and solving boards feels good, then do consider please supporting this game and trying out Pad Pass as well, because it helps everyone, and by contributing and by just supporting the games that you like, you can help keep these games alive and make a better experience for like free-to-play players as well. Da, da, da. Yeah, so you want to clear normal dungeons, technical dungeons, weekly dungeons, and there's also story dungeons. So I'm gonna be demonstrating how I solve boards by going into story dungeons, but story dungeons are basically narrative dungeons that Puzzle and Dragons introduced I guess it's been a couple of years actually. But yeah, through the story dungeons, if you clear them all the way to the end, you can get like an evolution material for the featured story unit character if you were to roll one in a Godfest or something later on. But they also give first time clear rewards, like giving you like 1,000 Tamadras or like 3,000 plus points or things like that. So they are worth running, but not all of them have the same difficulty levels, so don't stress over too hard if you're finding yourself getting stuck on a certain dungeon like Odin Dragon Story. But it is worth clearing as much as you can. And they do also have scaling stamina requirements. So the first dungeon might only cost like 5 stamina, but the one at the very end costs like 50 stamina. So it's also another way for you to burn through your stamina really quickly if you just need a quick stamina dump as well. And you could even consider doing a one algae kitty and eventually building a raw dragon, though it could take a while to build both Odin Dragon and Raw Dragon from that point of the game. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit rough, but I have considered it. But yeah, it's something that I'm gonna be sitting on. So story mode. Story dungeons allow you to experience a tale unfold before you as you fight alongside the characters from the story. Each story dungeon gives you special rewards for clearing them for the first time, so make sure you try them all. Actually, yeah, Sonia's dungeon. Oh, I actually don't want to spoil any of these. For anyone that actually cares about the lore. Okay, this is a mistake. Yeah, so for anyone that wants to do that, feel free to just play through this as well. Just balance like rank up staminas and technical dungeon staminas and stuff like that. Just play the game, actually. Yeah, don't stress over it too hard. You're gonna be getting a lot of rank ups like very quickly. So don't worry too much about it and just play the game. Is that what the skip story option in the menu was for? Yes, actually. So skip story only lets you skip the story if it's your second time running it. So you can have it enabled and you can still get the full story for your first run through. So you can just leave it on. It's fine. Yeah, no accidental story skipping, but just having it on. It's only for when you're clearing it again for like the second time onwards. And so we get to the next point where I'm gonna be teaching you guys how to do a quick rundown on how to solve boards. So how to solve boards is a little bit interesting. I will say that although I'm gonna be demonstrating how to solve boards using PadDB, if you're gonna be actually practicing solving boards, I would highly recommend you do it in endless corridors, or as you're clearing your normal technical and story dungeons instead. Reason being is because the orb movement feel is very different from PadDB compared to what it is in the actual game. And you want to get better at solving orbs in the actual game more than being able to puzzle practice in PadDB. Now, I will say though, PadDB is fairly handy if you want to maybe try out like a couple different solves. For example, if you're given a specific board and you're only given like 3 seconds to solve it, right? Then you might want to try to figure out a more optimal path on how to solve it, and you might go into puzzle practice to basically set up that exact board and just try out a couple different ways to solve it. Yeah, so if you're gonna be puzzle practicing, do it in endless corridors. But for the sake of demonstration, I'm actually gonna set my move time to infinity, and we're gonna be going into solve mode. No, it's not solve mode. Free mode. So when you're solving rainbow boards, my recommendation is basically trying to make sure that infinity move time. Well, no. So what you're gonna, my personal recommendation is for general board solving for when you're running like rainbow teams or for combo based leaders, try to make sure that you make a couple of horizontal matches first, and then you fill out the rest of the space with vertical matches. So for example, if you're starting out with the bottom, if you're starting out with the bottom, here I make 4 horizontal matches first, and then we're basically given like a 6x3 place to work with, and that basically lets us pack away these other orbs like super cleanly. In a situation like this, do note that if I were to make the green orb match over here, like so, this will turn into a mass attack, and you might not want that depending on what you're trying to achieve. If you're going for the additional combo because your leader skill demands it, then you're gonna want to break up this combo and just solve it like this instead. So what you can do instead is just move the green combos over to the sides and basically just solve it kind of like this. So 4 horizontal matches first, and then just fill out the rest of the spaces with vertical matches. And these 4 horizontal matches can be done at the very bottom or at the very top. It doesn't really matter. You could even have 2 matches at the top and 2 matches at the bottom, but you could put yourself in a situation where you're more likely to accidentally make clumps if you solve it like that. So while you're basically learning how to solve boards, just try to stick to four horizontal matches at the bottom or at the top, and then just fill out the rest with um whatchamacallit, with vertical matches. And one other thing is when you're doing general comboing like that, right? Um, okay, so this might be a little bit of a hot take, but I'm gonna be talking about a little thing called cascading. So cascading is basically the act of setting up your board solves so that your board clear takes multiple steps for it to happen. So for example, one example of a cascade could be something like whoops. Could be something like this. Where at the first time when I swipe, this red combo and this blue combo is gonna be solved, and then right afterwards this light combo and this dark combo is gonna be solved, and then the turn after, and then immediately afterwards this green combo is gonna be solved. So the thing about cascading is, um, the thing about cascading is it looks fancy and it's more of a relic of the past, because in modern team building compositions you generally don't need to cascade at all, and it's an additional hurdle and another possible point of failure. So because modern team building requirements generally don't require you to cascade, I would actively against practicing cascades when you're learning to solve puzzles. It might be a bit of a hot take, I know, but when you're learning to solve puzzles, it's not important, because the thing that's most important is making sure that you get your leader skill activations off properly. Because modern endgame teams are heavily reliant on having massive shields. I thank you for the follow, Moose. You're heavily reliant on having these like 70% or 75% shields to basically keep you alive. If you cascade and your cascade accidentally clumps and accidentally breaks your leader skill activation, you will die. So it can happen. So the thing about cascading is there's a slight trade-off where you are more likely to get additional combos through matches, but there is also another way where you can actually get screwed over because those clumps breaks up your cascades. There are safer ways to do cascades, but it requires more setup and it requires like a lot more puzzling experience. So for the average player, I would not recommend practicing cascades just yet until you're much more familiar with the board. Cascading is also extremely handy when you're limited in terms of move time, because you're trying to solve like a puzzle or something like that. Where the enemy might debuff your movement time down to like 2 seconds or even like 1 second. There are scenarios where that can happen, and in those cases, cascading can actually help. Because oftentimes those puzzles also come with like a no skyfall clause. In those cases, it might be worth cascading, because you're not going to be doing like a 40 move solution when you have like 1 second. But those are fringe cases. For most people, when you're learning the game, I would actually recommend against learning how to cascade. It also makes your matches look 20% cooler. It actually does. Yeah, that is one thing. And I'm also going to give like a little brief history and math lesson as to why cascading was a lot more important. So cascading used to be more important a while back when we didn't have a crazy damage back when we didn't have crazy damage multipliers and stuff. This was back when we struggled to one-shot bosses from dungeons, like the early arenas, where squeezing out every last bit of damage was very important. This was back when teams were struggling to deal like dozens of millions of damage. And if you were able to just one-shot the Kalis, which is like 20 million damage worth of 20 million damage, I think, roughly, in Arena 1, then you were considered to have like one of the stronger comps out there. But back then, none of the units were basically like hitting damage caps or anything like that. So every single bit of damage that you could eke out of your teams was extremely important. And I'm actually gonna point back to like the damage chart. So going from 6 combos to 8 combos used to mean a damage increase of 25% when we didn't have units hitting the damage cap. It used to be just a straight up increase of 25% damage because our units weren't hitting a damage cap. Because going for 6 combos is like 2.5 times damage to 8 combos, which is 3 times damage, which is an increase of like not even 25 times. 25% is like 20%. Um, but yeah, the damage increase from cascading and from squeezing out those extra combos was actually fairly significant. Because with the use of cascades, the probability that you would Skyfall an additional combo went up significantly, depending on how you cascaded. So those extra 1 or 2 combos, actually did matter quite a bit. But nowadays, with modern teams often hitting, you're more often than not hitting like 12 plus combos, like 15 combos for just like solving your regular board and getting your leader skill activations off. And because all of your units are basically hitting the damage cap, the only increase in damage that a combo would give is basically in the sub attribute, which is anywhere from like 10% to 10% to like 30% of like a unit's attack. So squeezing out those extra combos in modern scenarios increases to a damage increase in the low single percents. Cascading can really help with board efficiency for things like choruses too. That does. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that I will concede. Yeah, for things like crosses and L's, okay, okay, for crosses and L's, you still want to solve your board around. You don't want to cascade crosses and L's if you can avoid it, because it's very easy for them to Skyfall an additional attribute, and then you might miss out on like a critical activation or anything like that. But if you're trying to squeeze out extra combos, like for example, where is this? Whoops. No, that's not what I wanted. Set up. Like if you're trying to do something like this, if your team hinges on like these in a board like this, the light and green crosses are safe because it's gonna be the ones eliminated in the first round of cascades. But the dark L, if an additional dark combo were to fall like over here or over here, then there's 2 different places where you could actually just mess up your board even harder. And my Chrome is blocking it. So like in a cascade style like this, your light L and your green cross is safe, but your dark L is extremely not safe. So there are cases where you might want to avoid cascading like this, but if your focus is getting if your focus is getting a green cross off, and you're just looking to get like any extra combo for whatever reason possible, then another way that you can actually just solve your board is kind of like this. Where you don't really care about the shape of your combos, but you want to get extra combos anyways. This kind of matching is fine because even if there's like a Dark Skyfall going in like in any of these places, in the worst case scenario, it turns into a 3 match into like a 4 match or anything like that, so it's fine. But if your activation hinges on crosses for damage, whether it be because you're using like a scaling cross lead or whether you're using a scaling cross lead or whether you're using like a bunch of L's for a team that requires it for damage, cascade, don't cascade the parts that you need unless you're extremely out of room and you're trying to squeeze in like you're trying to absolutely min-max the last cross or something like that. But make sure that your leader skill activation is cascade free, is basically what I'm trying to say. make sure that you should be prioritizing your survivability #1 above everything else. So if your leader skill activation requires you to cross for defensive measures or something like that, don't cross it. I mean, don't cascade it. Prioritize your safety and then cascade around it if you absolutely need to. Yeah, that's my word of advice. Because cascading, yeah, cascade to okay, yeah, you make a point. Cascade to increase board efficiency, but don't cascade. Cascade to increase board efficiency and to look cool. Don't cascade if you're trying to don't cascade any more than you need to. Is basically what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Yeah, because the reasons for cascading in the past and the present are very different. But one thing that I will recommend is there is a difference between cascading and setting up for skyfalls. So the diagram that I have over here, you should, however, learn to set up your board for additional skyfalls. It's going to be used to eke out some extra damage, or is just the last-ditch attempt to get your leader skill activation when you lack the orbs to act or active skills to proc it. Cascade helps when using the Row Heal Awakening for Unbinds too, right? Oh, you actually brought up a very interesting scenario. Okay, so yeah, there are ways that you can actually use cascade. Okay, less so. Okay. It doesn't necessarily help. I mean, okay. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, so okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. So what Muesli-san is basically saying is, if you're basically in a scenario where you have a unit that's like dark attribute and dark and blue attribute and bound, right? If you solve your cascades kind of like this. Okay, no, this is a poor example of it. How do I do this even better? Yeah, there has to be an additional step. No, let's just do something a lot more straightforward. So the way, okay, so this is kind of a nitty-gritty pad a micro thing, but okay, so let's just say that you have a blue and dark unit that's bound already. And you have a unit that can basically use the Row Awakening Unbind to basically clear Unbinds, and then you just need to get this one puck off. So if you were to have a blue and dark unit that's bound already, if you were to match it like this, your blue and dark unit will actually not get the damage bonus from this Unbind. The reason being is because when Pad calculates board solves, it calculates boards basically frame by frame. So once this is solved, this is basically gonna be like a complete solve. This is gonna be one frame. Although Pad basically counts combos from the bottom and counts upwards, that's not actually how it works. That's only visual. It only counts combos visually that way so that it's easier for you to understand. And it's a little bit misleading. But one way that you can get around that is basically by having it so that your Skyfalls, your cascades are set up like this, so that on the first frame, your heart orbs are used to unmatch, and your green and light orbs are used to attack or whatever. And then the next frame is when the game is gonna calculate that the next set of orbs is gonna be the blue orbs at the bottom and the dark orbs over here. For that second frame of orb matches, the game is gonna think that on the first frame, because you already did the unbind clear. For the second frame, your dark and blue monster is actually unbound and is ready to attack. And in that case, you actually can deal damage with the blue and dark unit by cascading it like this. Oh god. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, so in pad, if you had a dark unit that was that was bound, if you were to solve the board like this, even though pad visually matches the unmatchable hearts from the bottom and then it counts combos from the bottom up, it counts combos frame by frame. So this would count as one frame, and this blue and dark match would basically be counted as if the unit was bound, even though visually it is unbound already when this match happens. So to get around that, you would basically cascade it like this. So that on the first frame, the heart orbs and the light and green are solved, and then the next frame, the blue and dark matches basically fall into place and you end up getting cascaded. Because the second frame, the unit will actually be properly unbound and will actually be able to attack with these orbs. So yeah, it is one niche situation where cascading actually does help with the Royal Awakening healings for unbinding too. And one thing that I will encourage new players to get into the habit of doing is basically not necessarily cascading, but setting up your final board for additional Skyfalls, because this is like a final Hail Mary that can actually make or break your runs depending on how your team is. So assuming that you're basically solving the rest of your board, you're eventually gonna get down to the last corner RNG forbid that you actually have fewer orbs than this, but like you're gonna oftentimes find yourself in a situation where you basically end up having like random orbs, spare orbs like this. In a situation like this, make sure that you leave spaces open for orbs to potentially come in and finish the rest of your combos. This can save your roll. It's kind of like throwing a couple of dice in the air and hoping that it lands on a specific number for you to live. Now, yeah, you should learn to set up your board for additional Skyfalls. This can be used to eke out some extra damage, or as a last-ditch attempt to get your leader skill activation when you lack the orbs or active skills to proc it. Now, this is a little bit more common for teams that might have like a so for teams that are trying to have like break past like a certain combo threshold, or if you're running like a rainbow team and it turns out that you don't have all the orbs on your board and your skills got delayed or for some reason like that. In that kind of scenario, setting up your board to accept a potential Skyfalls to finish off the remaining combos it actually has like a pretty decent chance of actually saving your run. It has happened, and it's definitely one of the things that you should min-max and try to incorporate into your playstyle. You're just gonna get into the habit of basically in the last stretch, basically just get into the habit of whenever you have spare orbs like this, just line up any orbs that you have remaining, any identical orbs you have remaining in the final blob together. Just don't have them diagonal to each other because that actually screws it up, but yeah, just have them lined up together like this. Or if you even run at a time, even having them vertically like this for it to potentially receive like a 1 in 6 chance to get that green Skyfall is better than having a 0 out of 6. Like this. But ideally, you want to set up your board so that you can actually take in like light or dark Skyfalls in a situation like this. And the match at the top is actually more likely to be able to solve than the one at the top, because of the nature of cascading. Because if the bottom were to be matched with a dark Skyfall cascade, then it gives the light orbs over here an opportunity to be matched vertically over matched with these orbs over here, and also an additional time with an orb over here. So this light orb actually gets this light pair actually gets 3 different opportunities for it to get matched. But yeah, there are a lot of like deep and complicated maths behind cascading, but you don't need to know the exact numbers, because knowing the exact number doesn't actually help you out in a real world scenario, right? It's like what's knowing the percentage gonna do to help you out when it's either a do or die scenario where you either live or you don't. So yeah, just get into the habit of setting up for cascades and no, not cascades. Get into the habit of setting up for Skyfalls and you may find that it actually helps you out quite a bit, especially for enemies that might throw up like a super high combo shield. Like if you need like 14 or 15 combos, in those kind of scenarios, then setting up these skyfalls can actually give you that like one or two extra combos that can be needed to break through that combo threshold. So that's also important. Matching for row teams is also like super similar to matching for standard combo teams. Um, just the free mode. So let's just say that I'm running like a hypothetical like green row team. You just want to make sure that your rows are created first. And then it's basically the same as the rest. Just start off with your horizontal matches first, and then finish off the rest of your vertical matches, and then set up for Skyfalls at the very end. So in this case, we didn't really get like a Skyfall that time, but let's try this again with something like a green team. So let's just say I want to get a green row. And in this case, I mean a blue row. So I'm setting up for the final board over here. Kind of like this. I purposely didn't match the blue at the bottom because that would clump up, although you could, but I just didn't for demonstration purposes. But yeah, just make your row first. Prioritize making the row at either the very top or the bottom first, because oftentimes row teams are also dependent on having that row to survive as well, because it could be tied to like a shield component. So whatever is required for you to stay alive, do not try to cascade it unless it's absolutely necessary, like that hero awakening for clearing unbinds. Because there are cases where that hero to unbind thing actually matters. Like for example, in this case over here. If you have a unit that's bound by if you have a light unit that's bound, you're probably gonna want to do something like this. Because this light match is actually not going to be taken into damage calculations. But if you're running a rainbow team and you have to attack with all 5 attributes, right? Then all that matters is that your light unit gets unbound first, and then your light unit actually attacks. So the first frame is gonna be unbound, and the next frame. So the first frame is unbound, and next frame is gonna be where the light row actually gets smashed, and then the unit will actually be able to attack. So generally, most modern teams will try to incorporate unbindable equips for that reason. But there are French scenarios where it actually can happen. And the other type of team that I want to introduce is basically TPA teams. TPA teams are more commonly seen in 7x6 boards, but you can run them in a janky little way in 6x5 as well. But generally, I would just recommend just making a match of 3 and just start stacking TPAs. This is more relevant right now in the case of doing like 8P dungeons. Oh yeah, and you also can do diagonal movements as well. And it's definitely a skill that's worth practicing on your actual device. Yeah, so just basically make like horizontal matches and then just fill the rest with TPs. It's pretty straightforward. You can also optionally decide to go in like a roundabout way. So you make one TPA horizontally, and then you make 2 TPAs vertically like this, and you start stacking TPAs like this sideways. Do I recommend this? Not really. For 6x5s, but there are scenarios where it can be easier to match TPs this way than the others. And yeah, TPs are definitely going to be more important once you start learning how to run 6x5, not 6x5, 7x6 leader skills. But until then, you can run them, but it's not absolutely necessary. But there are some leaders like Daytona that are perfectly fine with just being run in a 6x5 because they do so much damage that you don't need to do TPA spamming, where just having two light TPAs alone is more than enough, and you can basically just spend the rest of the your board basically just solving it organically, kind of like this. There are leaders in this game that benefit from like spamming multiple TPs because their attack depends on it. Their like leader skill attack multiplier depends on how many TPs you match. For those kind of for those kind of leader skills, you're probably gonna be running like a 7x6 leader skill for the additional board size, anyways. But for non-scaling TP leaders like Daytona, that's basically the kind of solving mindset that I would get into. Basically, make like a horizontal match and then start making vertical matches and fill out the rest of your board as needed. Another popular question is basically how much move time should I bring? And the answer to that is however as much as you need. With most modern leaders basically having their survivability tied to their leader skill activations, an unactivated leader skill because you fail to match a board is basically the equivalent of just throwing your run stamina away. So make sure you always bring enough move time to activate your leader skill consistently. You will eventually, as you play this game more, and as you identify flaws in your solving, and as you break away from any bad habits you may have made along the way, you will eventually get better at solving boards, and you will eventually get much faster and more consistent as you start to recognize the patterns in the boards that you solve. It's gonna come with it's a skill that comes with experience, and honestly only really with experience, whether you're just solving boards idly in like pad DB while you're on a transit or something like that. Like while you're taking like a bus or like a subway, you might be just popping this open and just solve boards in free mode, just lowering your time requirement a little bit by bit every time. Like, it's really up to you, but it's definitely something that comes with experience. With Power Creep having so many units with tons of TP and a strong LS only requiring 1 TP to active 5/6 probably works for more content now. English is hard. Yeah. So most modern endgame teams usually give you move time in the 12 to 15 second range, which is significantly higher than it used to be in the past as well. And some even go up to like 40 plus seconds if you run a leader, if you run like a sub like Raffine. Which is a very common sub used in many Rainbow teams. But due to some monsters throwing like matching time debuffs, it's good to constantly practice getting faster and faster so you're not always relying on active skills to overwrite these debuffs. And some players are also even able to solve boards in like 3 seconds, but that's only the very endgame players. Now, another reason why you might want to get better at solving these boards is the faster you can solve your initial board, the more time you have to go back to fix any changes in case you mess up any solves. Because what might happen is, as you practice getting faster and faster, there will be cases where you accidentally mismatch like a pair of orbs or something like that. You have to go back and fix it. And there's a very big difference between ending your solve at exactly the last second and not having enough time to go back and fixing it, and fixing this and solving your initial board in 6 seconds and having 6 extra seconds to basically double back and make sure that everything is perfect. So it adds another layer of safety, I guess. And there's also the fact that there are times when monsters will throw time reduction debuffs at you, and if you want to just brute force your way through it and not use an active skill to overwrite that debuff, that is entirely fair, and if you're able to do it, you probably should, because that frees up an extra active slot for you to bring in some other utility that you might need, utility or damage that might help you out otherwise. So it really is a matter of skill issue, and you will get better at it the more you do it. But I highly recommend, and it's also fun. I don't know what it is about pad, but like when I first started playing pad, I spent a lot of time at endless corridors just wasting my time away. um yeah, so it's kind of relaxing. And if you're just like solving random boards with like no penalties, just like in pad DB or something like that, then yeah, it's kind of relaxing. I don't know. Maybe just me. But it's fun. I like the sound and the feel of matching orbs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here playing this game for like almost 3,000 days at this point, right? So that about covers it for the orb matching session. Yeah, when you're doing like rainbow teams and like combo teams, just to recap, start off with horizontal matches, and then work your way from the outside in with vertical matches, and at the very end, set up for cascades. Whether it be starting with horizontal matches from the top or the bottom, it does not really matter. Oh, but one thing I will mention is as you okay, so this is a funny little thing, but you might want to practice solving boards from different directions. The reason I say this is because a lot of players fall into this pitfall where they get into the habit of only being able to solve boards from one direction, whether it be from the right to the left or from the bottom, right to the left or left to the right or top to the bottom to the top. They get into the habit of this and they end up brute forcing every single board in a specific direction, even though there are much more efficient solves going in the other direction. So I would recommend practicing solving boards in either direction. Like as you just mindlessly solve boards, you will find yourself getting into the habit of having like a more comfortable direction that you solve boards in, whether it be from the right to the left or left to the right, depending on if you're left or right-handed. But if you're ever put in a scenario where you only have like 3 seconds of move time and you have to solve a 6x5 board, and you see like a super efficient solve going in one way but not the other way, yeah, you're gonna you're gonna want to practice it. Yeah, that is so true for me, especially. Yeah, it's a common pitfall for a lot of players that are for a lot of new and old players, especially old players, because we fall into the trap of like developing muscle memory, solving like identifying patterns in a specific direction. Um, yeah, it's good to get your practice in multiple directions. If you find yourself getting stuck in one direction, consciously try to just solve boards in the other direction, especially if you have the spare move time to do so. Just get into the habit of it. And also another thing is, don't try to just brute force everything. Learn to find learn to identify patterns is basically what's also important. So if I were to just start off with a completely free board in something like this, right? As you get better at this game, you start to identify clusters of where certain attributes are. Like this set of red attributes over here. The only set of hearts is over here, so if you want to get healing out of the way, then we're going to want to make this happen, whether it be by cascading. Like, for example, if I were to move this red over here into this column over here to finish this column, and I can just move these heart orbs over here, I can basically get like a free activation of, I can get my reds, I can get my hearts, and over here, oh, there's like a bunch of lights, or there's a bunch of blues clumped up together over here as well. Oh, and there's also another match of dark orbs here as well. Like, you're gonna eventually get into the habit of starting to identify patterns for these kind of things. And ooh, there's like 6 green orbs over here. So if I were to, so yeah, like you're gonna get into the habit of starting to identify these patterns. And so, like, for example, and I just wanted to move this red combo over here. I have this light match over here. I'll move this over, and I solve it like this. Okay, I kind of botched the green combo up top, but like there are, or in this case, like if I were to have spare move time, I can just fix it by just going up like this as well. Like that's one of the main reasons why it's like, oh, I realized that I could have made 2 green matches, but then because I fubbed it, because I have the spare move time, I can actually just go back and fix it. So there's Things like that that you might want to keep an eye out for. You start to identify patterns. Like whenever you find like three orbs in an L shape like this, then you start to understand that, oh, if I take this hard orb, I can move this like left and down one to finish creating this set. And I also realized that, oh, if I move this hard orb down over here, then this basically turns into like a standard triangle position where I can easily just move this middle heart orb over to the side, and then it'll basically finish itself. And then you can basically start chaining these instructions together and realize that, oh, but if I want to move the red orb first, if I want to solve the red and the heart orbs, right? Then maybe I should start my matching with this dark orb. And with like a handful of moves in like the first like half second, you immediately have two combos done and ready and like basically over with right from the get-go, leaving you the rest of the time to basically just solve the rest of the board. So learning to identify these patterns is actually super important if you want to get faster at solving boards. But yeah, it's something that comes with experience. Whether consciously or not, you will eventually end up learning these patterns. Yeah, it's like learning more as you play, as you said. Yeah, it comes with experience, and until you start solving like hundreds and thousands of boards, um, like I could explain to you like all these patterns and how to, like yeah, I can just explain these patterns and what you can do with like, and what you might want to keep an eye out for all day, but eventually it comes down to the point where, um, like after you solve like these horizontal matches, you start to realize that certain patterns start falling to shape. Like over here, it's like, oh, so if I have like if I have these set of hard orbs, I realize that that set of dark orbs I can actually just leave as is, or I can just slide it through to more compactly put these orbs over here, and then oh, there's a three set of light orbs that's like right next to each other, and I should probably start moving my orbs in that general direction. And then I also realized that, oh, there's like I'm holding onto a green orb, and there's also two green orbs on the left side over there. So maybe I should consider like finishing my combo at that side so I can eke out that extra combo. Things like this. You start to identify patterns, but so one tip that I will give is don't rush to brute force solve every single board right from the get-go. Take your time and analyze the boards and try to identify whatever patterns you can. Like this is actually like a really good example of one such board, because there's like a match of three blue orbs over here and they're like right next to each other. There's also a yellow orb over here that's readily available to be completed in over here. Like this pattern is a little bit more difficult to see in a lot of cases because it covers like a 4x3 area. And then, oh, there's also the fact that there's also three green orbs and three dark orbs over here that also forms like a super easy pattern. And I can basically work on both patterns at the same time by basically just grabbing this hard orb. And if I move it one left, then we basically end up having like two near identical patterns, a mirrored side to side. Like for example, like now that I move this hard orb down, it's basically the exact same pattern side to side. So I know that in this kind of pattern where there's a lot of where there's two orbs, two different attributes that are basically like right next to each other, I know that if I just solve it like this, I can get this over with. And same thing for over here. This pattern can also be solved by going it this way. And you start to identify these patterns. And yeah, it pretty much only comes with experience, unfortunately. But yeah, take the time to basically like plan out your solves and try to look for efficient ways to basically just finish every single one of these solves. Because Puzzle and Dragons, like, I kind of meme about Puzzle and Dragons being the endgame goal is to do like the least amount of puzzling possible, but that's an endgame goal, and when you're learning to play the game, you should learn how to puzzle properly. Yeah, because endgame players are basically just like swiping their way through dungeons or like buttoning things, so Yeah, it's a late game luxury for those who have already invested hundreds of hours into this game. So yeah, I would highly recommend just taking your time and just learning to identify these patterns and basically getting used to it. And it's been about 3.5 hours for today's stream. I don't want this to go on for too long because I will have to timestamp everything and whatnot for the YouTube VOD. I actually managed to. I'm surprised I actually managed to cover most of the early game. I unfortunately didn't really clear any of the dungeons, but I'll leave that for next week as like a follow up to this early game portion. Yeah, and I'll basically explain any decisions that I may have made, and the reasoning is why. And oh, before I wrap up, are there any questions that you might have, or are there any things that you might want answered? Because I probably will be doing a VOD review, and I want to add in also like a Q&A section as well, because the document does have a section for Q&A, which I will be adding to later on. And in the meanwhile, I'm gonna sit on this decision to whether I want to trade or not. Because we did say that one of these algae kitties could actually be replaced with a light Odin dragon, but it is a little bit difficult. Or is the lamb sauce? No, 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 no. So of the available trades, because what I could do is I have algae kitty on my main, so I will be best friending my main account with I will be using my best friend slot for this account with my main, so that I'll have a, because my main pretty much has like every card. So I could run an algae kitty team. So the thing about a lot of the leaders in modern teams is we depend on having super short cooldowns that we basically activate every single turn to get our leader skills off. It's for the sake of consistency and also generating enough orbs to deal more than enough damage than needed. So one option that we have is basically Algae Kitty by trading for 2 copies of her. Reach Kitty and Odin Dragon would mean that I just need one last slot where I can get... So this will be kind of like this. That's 17 skill boosts. This would be more for damage. And this final slot would just have to be any like red or dark unit that voids attribute absorption void. No, damage absorption void, yeah. So it is entirely workable, and a team like this is also bulky enough then that it could probably clear everything up to like the early MDs, especially because the skill boost requirements are low enough that I could actually just bomb rush it. So you could potentially do a Remu Kitty and one Algae Kitty if you still wanted to eventually show the Shiva Dragon thing, but that's 3 more if you want dragons to buy after Raw Dragon and Odin Dragon. It is, yeah. For endgame demonstrations with Shiva Dragon thing, I think I will show it off with my main account rather than an account like this. Because it's going to be an incredibly long time grind, and because I won't have access to... I don't want to buy Pad Pass again on this account unless I actually need to. But I could definitely show off what a Remu Kitty Shiva Dragon team is capable of using my main account. But yeah, I do want to use this account's units to try to tackle as many of the arenas as possible, which is why I'm considering making this team. The other option that was presented to me was basically training for copies of Norza Kitty. Fully recovers Awoken, Skillbind, and Unmatchable Orb status, removes locks, changes the 2 top rows to water orbs. So, with 2 Norza Kitties and 2 Kiramis, I can basically use I can basically generate 2 rows of water orbs every single turn. But the problem with brick teams is how little utility you can bring in the other slots because of how restrictive it is with how many actives you need to actually make these orbs. Because you're basically dedicating 4 unit slots just for orb generation for getting your active skills out. Granted, Norza Kitty also does cover lock removal and Awoken Bind and Unmatchable Orb Bind as clear as well. But with the 2 additional unit slots that you have, you're gonna have to try to figure out how to get your attribute, damage, and yeah, how to get your attribute and damage absorb voids, how to get a damage void pen as well. It's fairly restrictive compared to rainbow teams, which can just slap on any attribute absorb, bring in like Odin Dragon, and run like void, damage, piercer, latent. Maybe you could just show some pad pass stuff with your main account and show them the account that you can still accomplish things without pad pass if you want to completely free. Yeah, that's also a good call. Yeah, so I considered Norza Kitty, but because of how difficult it is to flesh out those last 2 slots with incredibly value-oriented units, I think I'm going to be avoiding that for now, and I'm probably going to be committing to an Algae Kitty team, but let's take another deeper look at something like Null Kitty as well. No, Null Kitty is not what we need. So with the units that we have, or I guess the units that we're willing to trade away, because it is worth mentioning that we have access to Goddess Hello Kitty as a cleric option. Until we get our Odin Dragon. Not gonna lie, Vero Kitty will make getting through normals and technicals and very good down for the line for farting. That is true, but okay, I have thoughts about this because I think for like granted, it does make int farming a lot easier if you have double Vero Kitty. It does make quite a big difference. But alternatively, you could just pair up with a Varroa Kitty or a Varroa. And also just farm Mythical by yourself solo. It's slightly less stamina efficient, but it's not terrible. And it's also much better in terms of a time investment as well, because it's much faster to run modern collab mythical level dungeons, or even the not the arenas. Arenas doesn't drop exchange tokens. Or the arenas or like the Colosseums. Like the really short floor, like the ones that only have like 3 floors, but also drop like only gold and silver tokens or stuff like that. So there's options. But in farming is also incredibly boring for a lot of people, so they might not even want to do that. I'm still trying to think of a Dark and Fire unit with attribute absorb, may send a low cooldown Dark Fire with an assist. Fire and Dark unit doesn't have to attribute absorb because Reach Kitty actually does attribute absorb. It's Dark and Fire unit that needs you can also use something like Palone. Yeah, it's damage absorb that you need. It's different from the regular Reach Kitty. So if you just use like you could honestly just run Paulo and it's fine. And you also get the additional haste from the Palone and the Odin Dragon to get your Algae Kitties transformed up on turn 1 as well. Would Dark Raw Dragon be a better option to cover Dark with Algae Kitty covering Light? Dark Dragon could definitely work. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely swap out one of these unit cells as well, and just use like a yeah. There's a ton of flexibility with Algae Kitty teams just because of the fact that you have Dark Raw Dragon and Light Raw Dragon at your disposal. Though completely free to play players will not have access to Dark Raw Dragon because Rainbow unless you're grinding your complete ass off an 8-player PvP just to farm up those 3 black medals, which isn't impossible, don't get me wrong, because it's basically having to farm 15 rainbow medals. It's not impossible, it's just really annoying, and I don't want to force that upon any new player. Not sure how accessible the rainbow medals are without Pad Pass. Yeah. Especially because if you're going to be doing evolutions like the Odin Dragon, right? Odin Dragon alone requires a rainbow medal as one of its evolution materials as well. So as a new player, you are going to have to do 8-player PvP for its rewards, but I don't want you to. It's a different matter having to grind out like 2 or 3 of them with having to grind out like 15 of them, right? Details. The first time is free, but I don't want to. Okay, whatever. Yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't want to wish that upon my worst enemies. Oh my god, it's gonna be such a grind having to just sit there and AP all day long trying to get those first and second place clears and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, we have options, which is why I'm considering trading for Algae Kitty. And the smarter option, if I were to be completely committed in this route, is to basically just reroll for a copy of Algae Kitty, honestly. Like I said that I am kind of against rerolling, like you don't really need to reroll. Like I'm just giving out different options. Like even in this account, I don't need to reroll because I can just trade for the ones that I need to. But I don't want to recommend trading because um I don't want to recommend trading because of the fact that newer players don't really know exactly what's valuable and what's not. Well, the new players would have to grind a lot more than you because they are less likely to play entirely each round. Well, yeah, that's also another thing as well. Yeah. Another thing you can do is if you're running an alt account during the middle of the month, AP is kind of barren, you could just queue it to yourself and kind of just throw with the other account. It's an option. It's an option. And a lot of people do that for this anyways, for the free magic stones. By just repeatedly grinding the dungeon over and over again. So if I were to trade for these, what would I be missing? I would have to trade away Kogimian, changes top row to roulette orbs for okay, and it's an equip, Evo, Cecilia, changes the top row to roulette orbs for 1 turn, 4 times HP for healer type, 1 plus comma 4. Okay, I kind of don't want that. It's gonna hurt trading away both my basket kitties, but I could do that. Little twin stars. It's like Umiyama. I could trade those away. Pompompurin. Changes heal orbs to light orbs. Light orb focused. Tamadra, Alamud. 3 times attack for light attribute and vastly reduces damage for 1 turn. Or like changes healers to light orbs. Yeah, little twin stars is great for fodder. Like great. Okay, yeah, so that's fair. So I mentioned before that I don't want to trade away every single unit, just because uh you never know when you might need that one copy of a special unit. So I'm just gonna hold on to these for now, and let's check out the other trade for Remu Kitty as well. I consider trading for Kitty, but for the mentions I mentioned where it's really tough to build a team around that with such limited unit slots when you don't have a great box. And for that reason, the only other option I'm going to be checking out is Kitty. We do not have any freedom in trading for any of these. So yeah, I'm going to go back to what I said about Kitty not being a priority trade because there's always going to be different fire leaders that you can run with Shiva Dragon teams. So, and because I know that Shiva Dragon is going to be such a time investment that takes a very long while for it to for it to bear fruit, I will not trade for Kitty right now, and instead I'm only going to be trading for the one copy of Algae Kitty. And that concludes the rest, that concludes all the trades that I'm going to be doing. So instead of running double Algae Kitty, I'll be replacing one of the Algae Kitties with the Light Raw Dragon, as we discussed. So, organized, this is going to be a Raw Dragon. For Light Raw Dragon. And let's see. This team actually has 19 skill boost up early. So it doesn't need any more skill boosts. So I could offer blind resist. Pollen when transformed. Okay, Pollen is already transformed. So the one struggle about a team like this is Reach Kitty is probably gonna need to go and get replaced by something else later. Pierce through enemy damage void is wasted. Removes orbs locks and changes orbs to all attributes and heal. So the downside to running a Reach Kitty in a team like this, this is going beyond what is the beginner team comp, but this is thinking more into the future when I actually need to consider bringing a more utility and stuff like that. If I were to look at the active skill for Reach Kitty, there's a significant overlap with the Algae Kitties that I am bringing. So Algae Kitty is Pierce enemy damage void for 1 turn, and for 1 turn changes self-damage cap to 3 billion and removes orbs locked and changes orbs to all attributes. So Algae Kitties are on a 3-turn cooldown, and they already change orbs. They already remove orbs locks and guarantees my leader skill activation by just activating it alone. And the same thing can be said about Super Reincarnated Raw Dragon as well, where it does no Skyfall for 1 turn, but it also removes Orb Select and changes orbs to all attributes and heal as well. So when it comes to Reach Kitty, the only unique part of the active that we don't have access to is basically the Void's attribute absorption for 1 turn, because removes Orbs Lock, changes orbs to all attribute and heal, and pierce through enemies damage void is redundant. So this unit slot could easily be replaced with anything that voids attribute absorption for 1 turn, which is also coincidentally covered by Pollen, which means that we can actually replace this slot with something else that gives a lot more utility. And so that means this Reach Kitty slot is basically a flex slot that can be substituted with anything that we need. So in that case, then we can actually just go into our box and just take a look at what other units that we could bring that actually brings utility. So the main thing that we're looking for is basically trying to cover up as many of these like various resists as we can. We have blind resist coverage from our Raw Dragon. And we're looking for Jammer, Poison, Cloud, or Tape. Cloud and Tape are easy to get by using assist monsters, but actually no, this is one other thing that's worth noting about rainbow teams like this. Is Jammer and Poison Orbs don't matter. Jammer and Poison Orb resists don't matter on a team like this because every single turn you'll have an active that lets you unlock the board and change all the orbs on it. So these hazard orbs are basically meaningless too. So the only thing that you actually need are Cloud and Tape resists. And in cases like that, because you can get them from assists, so keeping Reach Kitty over here as a damage stick is fine because she deals a lot of personal damage. But we do know that we have the slot for a flex slot, or we can also opt for something with a Cross Awakening, or we could even opt to swap out Raw Dragon's Super Awakening for a Cross instead. And we could use a slot that has Blind Resist. So it's important to understand why you need certain types of resists and what your team actually needs. Reach Kitty has Tape Resist for the time being. Yeah, for the time being, yeah, Reach Kitty can also definitely opt for tape resist because this level of personal damage is definitely unnecessary. And on my friend leader, I can also just slap on something like a Koryu Blade, which is one of the most common assists in the game. And boom, we basically have a team that's basically capable of tackling pretty much everything up to like Arena 4. But we'll get into that a little bit later. Yeah. So even without having even bringing any like assist slots, because modern units are because modern units are so overloaded in terms of like how much utility and damage they bring, a lot of the older dungeons are basically trivialized by this fact. So you have a lot of room for flexibility, and this team is also just hastily put together, right? But it also features 15 seconds of move time, which is more than enough for most players at this stage of the game. And it brings 100% skill mine resist. You have enough skill boost to basically get all your transformations up on turn 1. The only thing that you might want to bring is like extra things like cross awakenings for more utility if you want to get rid of sticky blind orbs. You could even opt to bring on some. You could even slap on like a damaging assist onto Odin Dragon so that it actually starts to deal damage by himself as well. Like there's a lot of flexibility in what you can do, but the bare minimums for what is essentially the ticket to getting to letting you be able to farm everything that you need to be able to make endgame teams, the bar is incredibly low right now. Which is why I made that one trade for the Algae Kitty. So yeah, get creative. Try to experiment with different combinations. If you absolutely feel like you got completely shafted with some of the roles in the Hello Kitty thing, you could also go if you don't want to reroll, you could also just clear Sonia's chapter as well and get an extra 100 stones. Um, but some of the units that are standout units in this collab, I would say, are let's just go over a couple of them right now. Actually, if you absolutely insist on rerolling, Varroa Kitty will make your life a little bit easier. Great Witch of the Enchanting Seas, Hello Kitty. If you have dupes of this unit, you can basically make like a looping system. But granted, its team building is very difficult. Remu Kitty for far late game, though it's not really recommended. The one unit that if you are actually planning on re-rolling an account for would probably be Colorful Dragon Color Ideal Cinnamon or Algae Kitty. Colorful Dragon Ideal Color Ideal Cinnamon is the reason why is because this unit paired up with an asymmetrical pairing of its evolution offers a ton of a ton of damage. It offers a bunch of utility because it avoids attribute and damage absorption for 1 turn each, both at an 8-turn cooldown. So it's basically on like, and because they share the same active skill, it's basically like a quote unquote like a 4-turn cooldown attribute and damage absorption void. It gives you bulk, it gives you combos, it gives you follow-up attack damage, it gives you like a complete package. The only slightly difficult part will be fleshing out the rest of your team because it does have a dragon type restriction for HP, but for the most part it's fine. So that's basically the one unit that if I were to reroll for, it would be that and Algae Kitty. But beyond that, this is more thinking into the future because like this example team that I have on the right requires like Raw Dragon and Odin Dragon, which are mid-game monsters that will challenge your abilities greatly. And for all I know, I'm not even gonna be able to get the monsters needed to even tackle these dungeons with a janky team until the Sanrio collab ends and we get a new rem with like a new event or something, or maybe like a Godfest where I might be able to roll a couple of Pantheon units that can help me flesh out my team. Like in my current state with my current box, there's really not much I can do. Truth be told, in terms of in-game team planning. But it's some things to keep an eye out for. And as a new player, you will get a bunch of stones thrown at you because every time that you complete a normal dungeon, every time that you complete a set of normal dungeons, like Departure Tower over here, if you go into here, there's gonna be 3 different floors. If you complete the like every square of these, every rectangle of these, you will get an extra stone, and this applies to special dungeons as well. Whereas like 10-year appreciation dungeon, 10-year anniversary time at a dungeon, if you complete these ones, you'll also get like an extra stone. You'll get an extra stone for clearing these, so you will get extra stones. You will get a lot of extra stones right now. Beyond the 200 stones that you have at your disposal when you first start out, I would consider holding out and saving a big chunk of them because it's not great to all in on a specific rem because you your team building ability will suffer because of lack of choices. So to avoid that from happening, as a new player, roll in every single rem, but with moderation. Set limits for yourself. This also applies to new players that are getting started and are considering like dropping money on this game as well. Set limits for yourself because it's very easy to tunnel vision on trying to get a specific unit and then you end up spending way too much money. Yeah, just spread it out. And if you're also choosing to spend money on this game, you could also just go into the store and also pick up Ideal Cinnamon Roll as well. This rainbow unit is the background music unit, and so it's fairly expensive, $40 Canadian. But it also does come with 30 magic stones, so it's not a complete loss. But yeah, do keep an eye out for these bundles and stuff in the shop if you were to spend money. But the most common ones are probably the most common options that people are going to be eyeing are going to be the dollar rolls. So for $1, you can get 1 magic stone and 1 roll in the rem, in the collab rem, or sometimes if the rem is more expensive, the price is bumped up to like $2 for 2 stones and 1 extra roll. And the other thing is pad pass, and you do get one free week trial. Keep an eye out on your news for when Pad Pass users are given an extra bonus for having Pad Pass, and line your free trial up with that date if you want to get the maximum value out of it, and if you aren't planning on subscribing to Pad Pass for a long period of time. Though if you do plan on sticking with this game for a very long period of time, I would highly recommend Pad Pass because it gives you a lot of stuff that's annoying to get otherwise. But anyways, it is now nearing the 4-hour mark, and we have finished our trades. We have covered all the topics, and yeah. So my homework for any new players, would be to try to clear as many of the normal and technical dungeons as you can, and keep an eye out on the special dungeons tab for dungeons that are expiring within like 24 hours. In this case, we don't really have anything like that, but like the daily dungeons, like these ones are recurring, so it's fine if you don't run them. But for like one-shot dungeons, like it says on the top left over here, one-shot dungeons that expire in 24 hours or less are the ones that you're probably going to want to prioritize. I will say that. And yeah, so basically just clear as many of the dungeons as you can, explore story mode, and then try to mess around with a bunch of units. Make sure that if you're going to be using a unit on your team, try to make sure that it has something to do with the leader skill, whether it be even if it's just random units that you're checking into your team, just so that you can get the 3 attributes attack component. Like for example, on a team like this, just by Reach Kitty, even if I match 3 different attributes, if I don't have monsters with those attributes on my team, I won't be able to deal any damage. So in that case, I can just stick on any random units that I want. So let's just stick on like Gudetama for light coverage. I can stick on. I need light. I need red. We have blue. We need green. And we need light, and we just need dark coverage, and we can just run any one of these, and honestly it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. And then because for most of the early game, because Reach Kitty is enough to basically just plow through everything in normal dungeons. Yeah, just have fun, practice puzzling basically. Just go into these departure towers. It really doesn't matter which one you pair up with, but I would recommend if you have the computer resources to just make an alt account if you so want to, or it's also an opportunity to basically add a bunch of friends from like the pad server Discord or something like that. Um, duh, 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 duh. Yeah, just make a couple of friends. Honestly, like chat people up as well. And try to brainstorm teams together. Or you can even also attend like team building workshops that Ramen is hosting in the Hyperion server as well. Like there's a bunch of different options you can do. But yeah, an alt account is not a terrible idea if you want to have friend leaders that are constantly available for you that you are in control of. Because you know, with like the 200 free stones that I got, I basically had options to trade for like 2 units. So in my case, I could easily just make an alt, just dump all the 200 stones I have on that account, and just trade for one copy of like Rish Kitty and one copy of Algae Kitty, and I'll basically be set. And I can just best for myself. And the thing about if you best, oh, I guess I didn't really cover this, but you unlock the ability to best friend another player at the rank 35. You can only do this once every basically blue moon. Like we had a reset recently, as recent as like today actually, where if you best friend a person, you basically get access to three of as a normal friend, you get access to 2 of your friend slots. One in one of them is gonna be the leader that they set in their team slot number 1. Just for demonstration purposes. For team slot number 1, this team slot over here. So I would actually not recommend doing what I did over here and building a team over here. Leave your first team slot open for whatever team, for whatever unit you want to show off to your friends, so that your friends can use them too. And the other team slot that is used is the one that's currently active. And that currently active team is going to be marked with a square. Your first team slot is going to be marked with a circle. And if you best friend someone, you also get access to team slot number 2, and it's going to be marked with a triangle. Now, for this team slot is only available to your best friends. And another difference between normal friends and best friends is normal friends, you can only use their friends. You can only use your friend leaders once before they log in again to basically refresh it. But when it comes to best friends, if they log in once, you have access to their 3 team slots for 24 hours. And you can use those friends over and over again. Which is one of the reasons why I like if you can it's not a bad idea to basically just reroll an alt account on BlueStacks or something like this. So the current version of BlueStacks I'm using is BlueStacks 5, and I'm using the Nougat 64-bit version. And it works, so this is one way that you can set it up. I'm personally going to be bringing my best friend on this account to link up to my main so that I can just put up whatever leads I need on it, but it is an option. And you could also get kind of adopted by like an endgame player as well. Though that kind of mentoring thing is kind of a bigger time commitment that people would actually have to volunteer and sign up for, but yeah. If it's just for leads and stuff like that, you could also just ask around and say it's like, hey, do you often put up like this kind of lead? And then if they do, then you might want to best friend them as well. Like there are options around it. But the good thing about using your alt as like a best friend machine is basically because you can just use the best friend on your alt to link up to your main account. You still have your best friend option on your main account free for whatever person you may want to best friend in the future. So that's going to be it for me today. So for your homework, normal dungeons, technical dungeons, story dungeons, and also do weekly dungeons so that you also have evil materials to work with. And this entire document is available at my Google Drive publicly. You can type !chart in the chat to get a link to it, but I'll also be including a link to it in the description of the YouTube video and also in the in my Twitch profile page under my guide section. And it's basically gonna have it's basically multi-paged. It has a bunch of stuff that I didn't exactly go over, and it also has a changelog just in case I make any changes. But the version that's on my Google Drive is gonna be the most up-to-date one, and I'll try to update it with as much information as possible. And if you have any questions that you'd like answered or added to the Q&A section at the end of this section, feel free to just either tweet at me, message me on Reddit, or even whatchamacallit. You can also drop by my Discord server because I'm most active over there, and there's also oh yeah, the YouTube comment section. You can also drop a comment question over there as well. So all my socials are basically linked over in the yeah, my socials are also linked on the README section and also pretty much on every major platform that I'm on, including like YouTube, Twitter, and Discord. So feel free to follow me on any of those, and I'm gonna be calling it a night for today, and I'll see you guys next week. I will be posting this entire VOD with timestamps for the major sections because I split this up into like more manageable sections like card breakdowns and team buildings and stuff like that. So I'm gonna have timestamps for that kind of stuff in the full YouTube VOD in case you want to revisit any of the special sections. And my throat is gonna die, so I'm gonna be calling it a night. It's 1:07 a.m. I hope you guys had a wonderful Thanksgiving and an absolutely bombastic Black Friday, and I will talk to you guys later. So thank you all for dropping by, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Outro.